કઈ નહીં હું આ છે ને બીજી એક પછી ચાલુ થાય છે કોન્ફરન્સ તો હું એનું ઓન કરું છું.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dr. Paresh Joshi, the host of today's function. I take pride in welcoming all of you to this virtual international conference on emerging trends in applied sciences. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Cation Exchange, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Vera, South University, patron of this international virtual conference, who is presiding over the function. Welcome, sir, on the desk. Dr. Jaideep C. Chaudhary, in charge Registrar, Green South University, who is a co-patron of this virtual international conference. Dr. Randy Adams, Honorable Keynote Speaker, who has joined us from Mexico. Welcome on desk, sir. Dr. Zaneta Magulova, Head International Department, Yarka State University, Kiro, Russian Federation, whose August presence we solicit. Professor Adam Reddy, who is a convener of this virtual international conference. He's heading the Department of Biosciences at Vera, South University. Dr. Praveen Dudagra, who is the organizing secretary of this particular conference. I also take this opportunity to welcome the members of organizing committee whose August presence is reverberating in this virtual room that we have prepared. I once again welcome one and all who have joined all the way from different countries and from within India. I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Praveen Dudagra, who is the organizing secretary, for the welcoming of the guests. We are a Atithi Devo Bhava culture. We see God in our guests. And we are lucky to have a whole galaxy of luminaries who have graced this particular virtual international conference on emerging trends in applied sciences. So it's over to Dr. Praveen Dudagra, organizing secretary, for the welcome address.
Namaskar, a very good morning. On the auspicious occasion of the inaugural ceremony of the virtual international conference on emerging trends in applied sciences, jointly organized by the VNSGU, South Gujarat University, Surat, and Bacterial State University, Aloe, Russian Federation, I heartily welcome you all. VNSGU, South Gujarat University, the state government university established in 1967 in Surat, a diamond city of India. We are proud to have a collaboration of Bacterial State University, Russia, in this conference. Bacterial State University is one of the Russian classical university located in the Kyrgyz region of the Russia, established as a higher technical education institute, inextricably linked to the region's manufacturing industry and its main supplier for personal and professional education for leading sector of the regional economy and the authority of Russia. So in current post-pandemic area, we realize the importance of the interdisciplinary and the cross-disciplinary applied sciences. COVID-19 restricted us in physical mobility, but offered a new opportunity for virtual view. In this line, we are gathered here for international conference on emerging tools in applied sciences virtually. I heartily welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor of the VNSGU South Gujarat University, Dr. Cation Exchange, in the inaugural ceremony of the conference. Sir has a great motivational force for us in organizing the virtual event, and I am sure that will be fulfilling the digital dreams of the dynamic Vice Chancellors. We are lucky enough to have a precious presence of the Ms. Janeta Markova, Deputy Head in International Department, Bacterial State University, Kyiv, Russia. On the behalf of the VNSGU and the Bacterial State University, we wholeheartedly welcome Dr. Randy Adams, keynote speaker from Juarez Autonomous Institute of Tabasco, Mexico, for accepting our invitation in short notice and enlightening our participant with the applied science concept for remediation of petroleum contaminated site. The enthusiasm and the inspiration of the Dr. Jaideep Chaudhary, in charge registrar of the university, boost us always from inception of the thoughts of conference to the implementation. So I heartily welcomes on this occasion. Dr. M.N. Reddy, convener of the conference, is constantly mentoring and guiding us on these events. On this occasion, I welcome you, sir. I also welcome Dr. Paresh Pare, Joint Organizing Secretary, Dr. Sridhar Nimawat, Treasurer of the conference, and all the members. We also welcome experts who are virtually present or connected from the India and abroad, different tracks and subsets for 2 days conference. I also welcome the track conveners, chairperson, co-chairperson of the OE. I also welcome of the officials in Russia. Last but not least, I welcome more than 300 registered 60 registered participants. Without their participation, the conference will not be possible. I hope this gathering will be fruitful and the product.
You can all understand 360 participants speaks volumes of the kind of response this particular conference has got. Moving ahead in this inauguration ceremony, we are lucky to have our visionary and dynamic vice chancellor. I'm honored to welcome him for position, who is the patron of this particular president of this particular convention session.
Our university, our pride, our university, Vinamar South University. Welcome to us. It gives me immense pleasure to address this scholarly gathering of academicians, industrialists, and research scholars, and welcome them on to this 2 days virtual international conference on thematic traits in applied sciences, organized by the Vietnam South University, Surat, India, and collaboration with the Oriental State University, Europe, Russia. This is truly unique platform for all of us to explore the international research trends in contemporary pandemic era in the field of applied science such as life science, chemistry, physics, maths, and statistics. Let me at the outset congratulate Ms. Markulova, Dr. Rikua, and Dr. Mikhailo with Veta State University, Kyiv, Russia, to accept our invitation on very short notice, attending the event. Their presence will make the event more informative and knowledgeable. I appreciate our organization committee members and issue to plan, organize, and proceed on the trips and sessions of the event. Their works and energy are making a difference here at VSU that we could not do this event without them. I hope the discussion is 2 days to action plan that will be independent and innovative thinking. I once again greet all the invitees, academicians, and students who are attending this conference and wish them all the best. Thank you. Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for those kind, motivating words. We move ahead in our inaugural ceremony. I very humbly request Dr. Jaideep Chaudhary, our in charge registrar, for saying a few words appropriate to this occasion. Dr. Jaideep Chaudhary, sir, it's over to you.
Very good morning to all of you. Honorable Vice Chancellor of VNSGU Cation University, Dr. Cation Exchange, convener of this virtual international conference, Dr. M.N. Reddy, Dr. Praveen Dudagra, Dr. Paresh Parekh, heads of the various departments, Senate and syndicate members, Dr. Adams, Dr. Janeta, and dear participants. On behalf of VNSGU-SURAT University, I heartily welcome you all in this two-day virtual international conference on emerging trends in applied sciences, which is jointly organized by VNSGU-SURAT University, Surat, India, and Yakta State University, Keynote, Russia. On this occasion, I take this opportunity to express my gratitude on behalf of this university to Yakta State University for joining with us, joining our hands in organizing this endeavor. And I hope this will continue even in future. This will definitely benefit all the faculty members and the research scholars of the university. I also congratulate the convener, Dr. M.N. Reddy, Dr. Paresh Parekh, Dr. Praveen Dudagra, Dr. Kapilaben Manoj, Dr. S.K. Patel, Dr. K.C. Korea, Dr. Vijay Joshi, Dr. Arti, and all the faculty members who are members of organizing committee for their hard work and their efforts in organizing this international conference in a very short span. I also take this opportunity to invite all those participants and the representative of Yakta State University to visit our university in the near future, and we would be happy to welcome you all in person at this university. At last, in these 2 days of international conference, deliberation will take place in the various areas like life science, physics, chemistry, mathematics, and statistics, and will discuss various issues related to environment, wildlife, and humankind. I hope this 2-day deliberation will contribute to a lot at the end of this 2-day conference. And I wish all the success to this conference. I also take this opportunity to express my gratitude to all the organizers to giving this opportunity to share my views and to be part of this inaugural session of this international conference. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. David John, for that inspiring address. It sets the tone for the visiting to the really much awaited event. And the keynote address. I'm really honored to announce that we have with us Dr. Adams from for keynote address. I would request Dr. Praveen Dudagra. Dr. Praveen Dudagra.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Randy Adams is the professor at the University of Tabasco, University Autonomous de Tabasco, Mexico. Currently, he is a research professor. His specialization is soil science and biology. He taught the physical and chemical remediation and bioremediation of contaminated site at PG level courses. He is a member of the National System of Research, National Council of Science and Technology, Mexico, Level 2. His area of interest, research area of interest includes the soil and subsoil remediation, treatment of drilling cuttings, risk-based remediation, the natural attenuation and the phytoremediation. Sir published a couple of papers in peer-reviewed journals, international journals, published by the PLJ, Elsewhere, Springer, and many other publishers. The two patent release credits on alkaline desorption of the organic amendment process for restoring the water repellent hydrocarbon contaminated soil, and the chemical biological stabilization process for repelling the soil and cuttings contaminated with oil and petroleum derivatives. Sir, representing the various national and the international bodies and conducted the research project in the bioremediation related to the petroleum contaminated site and the hydrocarbon contaminated site. Sir is actively engaged as a field scientist and visit the many countries for the purpose of the remediation, bioremediation of the oil contaminated site. So with this information and the curriculum, I request Dr. Randy to deliver the talk. So, handing over.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. I'm having a little bit of problem hearing on this side. So we'll try to go ahead with this. I would like to thank the organizers of the conference to invite me, and especially Dr. Pravin Dudkagara for this invitation. I'm going to try to share the the screen now. Okay, can you please confirm that you can see the presentation? Okay. 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 I hope you can all see the presentation. Okay, very good. Well, my talk today is going to be on applied science for remediation of petroleum contaminated sites, the challenge for developing countries. Here we can see our two countries in India and Mexico. Both are aligned around the, the Tropic of Cancer, with some places in tropical climates and subtropical climates, some places temperate climates, very wet areas in the country, and some moderate and very dry areas, mountainous areas. There are many similarities between our two countries in terms of climate, vegetation, and even culture. There are some areas in India, of course, that are a little farther north than Mexico and a little farther south. Although in terms of the breadth of our two countries, they are about the same. And these present many resources, but also challenges and opportunities. When we think about remediation or any project, we need to think about people out get sick, can I have at least some kind of minimal health care? Countries, although most of the people, I think, where we are thinking about some important issues such as job security. I have a job today. Can I have a job next month, next year, in 10 years? Will I be assured of that job? Can I have some housing security? Right now, I have a place to sleep in. Will I have a place to sleep in next month? Maybe could I save some money and buy a small apartment or a house? Can I have some physical security with a low sure that when I get from my work to my home, I will not be attacked or I will not have my things stolen in my home? Some better health care, and of course, basic education for my children. And many people in both India and Mexico, I think, fall into this middle category where we're still working on acquiring some security for our lives. Of course, both in Mexico and in India, there are many wealthy people alive than just securing the regular basis. And this would include having a more rewarding job, personal, religious life, better recreation. Last thing on the list like a middle area of development are in this middle area here. It's hard to think about clean air, water, and cleanliness for many, many people. And that is really one of the challenges that we face when we try to do remediation projects. This is not a new idea. There was a psychologist in 1970s by the name of Abraham Maslow, who developed what he called the pyramid of hierarchy of needs. And this was based on individual, but it has since been used for societies in general. And so at the bottom of the pyramid, we have physiological needs like breathing, water, food, shelter, clothing, be able to sleep. And we move up to safety concerns. And when we can have some of these kind of concerns taken care of, then we'll look at other things like love and friend, family, and esteem and self-actualization. And the area where people would start to think more about environmental issues, cannot be a soil, clean air, a clean environment, would be more in this area. So this really makes it a challenge for us who work in the environmental area to draw interest in that for many people of their livelihood. One of the ways to Nations Development Program called the Human Development Index life. If we have a long and healthy life, how many years of schooling do we have? And if we have a decent standard of living based on the gross national income per capita, on parity purchasing a level, which means how much does it cost to have a decent meal? Would it cost me to have a decent meal in some city, maybe in England or United States? It costs me less to have that meal in India, and most places in India, most places in Mexico, to have a nutritious and satisfying meal. So what this is, purchasing power. And these three things are used to develop what's called a Human Development Index. Sometimes there's also what's called a inequality adjusted Human Development Index. And there we see where some countries that apparently have a high index, they get knocked down quite a bit, maybe 20 or 30%, due to the inequalities in society. And so how does that compare? What do we get there? Here we come back to, you have a large country and a large population, 1.3 billion people, 1,300 million people in this territory. And the average Human Development Index for all of India and all strata of the society, and all from north to south, east to west, is 0.647. It's a kind of a moderate, a little bit low. Even so, there's great differences within the country. In Delhi, it's much higher. In Gujarat, it's similar to the national average. It's a little bit higher than the national average. But in the Northeast, in a place like Assam, it's much lower, 0.613. So we can see there's a lot of difference. And that's even considering the first oil well in Asia was in Digboy in 1866, about 150 years ago. In Gujarat, things are better. The first oil well there was in 1958, and now in the independent India. So India could have more, take more advantage of the wealth coming out of this. Besides the general wealth of Gujarat for the diamond and its general trade for centuries, millennia actually. How does this compare with some of India's neighbors? Bangladesh is a little bit lower. Pakistan has a lot of dry areas and it's much lower. Sri Lanka is doing somewhat better. But none of these countries compare to the last conqueror, colonizer of India, which in Europe, in the UK, 0.932. So this is something that we tend to see, that countries that were colonized by European powers tend to have a lower Human Development Index, and also a great disparity of general well-being within different strata within the country and different geographical locations in the country. In Mexico, we have a similar situation, although we only have about 10% of the population that India has. And the Mexico average is a little higher, 0.779, but there's also great differences. In the capital city, in Mexico City, it's considerably higher, 0.83. Down where I live, it's much lower than the capital city, more near to the national average. In the farther away, in states like Chiapas, it's considerably lower, similar to what it is in Guatemala, in Central America, and in Belize. Of course, the last country to colonize Mexico, the Spanish or European country, are much greater. So we share these similarities between being run by a European conqueror for a time, and much of the wealth being taken from the country. And now we have to pick up the pieces, and we have to improve our life, our well-being of the people who live in our countries, and overcome those kinds of challenges. Of course, Mexico is also much less than their neighbor to the north for several reasons. Well, how do we overcome these kinds of challenges when we think about remediation? And here we have to think really about the importance of applied science for remediation of petroleum contaminated sites. Some things we need to think about is that our research really must be applied. We don't have that much money as nations to spend on research that's not applied directly to solving some of our problems. And in that context, we have to look for discovering solutions to the real problems at contaminated sites. And I think this is important because many times we try to copy what other countries do. People who had colonized us previously, or in Mexico, our neighbors to the north, and that may not work very well. What we need to do is identify the real issues of contamination and remediation according to land use. Is it an urban site or a rural site? The toxicity that could be caused by the contaminants. This is toxicity to humans, livestock, crops, wildlife, leaching to groundwater that could be causing toxicity, or maybe not. Maybe it's just a problem with taste and odor. Even so, this will degrade the quality of the water, and many people will not wish to even taste it at all, to drink it. And there can be problems with soil fertility, even if the contaminant is not toxic in and of itself. This is something we find a lot in the countryside in southeastern Mexico, and something that is not considered by most of our authorities, and something I think in many, many countries, probably most countries in the world, it's not considered. But to the farmers and the people who live in the countryside, it is the utmost important, not only to be sure that we are not intoxicated by the contaminants that are in the environment, but that our soil can still be fertile, that we can still have livestock on here, grow our crops, and wild areas nearby are not suffering because of this. So we need to develop technologies to overcome the real problems with contaminated sites, not invented ones. And this would be considering the soil type, the depth to the water table and the water use, what kind of crop or forage you might use, what are the wildlife areas or fishing areas that are nearby. And in doing this, we need to work with landowners, government authorities, contaminating industries, and remediation companies. And come to an agreement as to what the real problems are, rather than what some people may think the problems are. Sometimes this is the most difficult part of the remediation process, because there's so many things coming from government, from media, that may or may not be true. Oftentimes we are confused as to what the real problem at a contaminated site is. And if we don't know what the real problem is, we don't know how to overcome that problem. It's just as if I went to a doctor and asked him to heal me, but the doctor did not know why I was really sick. And so the medicine or the treatment that he gave me was not effective in really overcoming my sickness. We have to agree to what criteria to use to evaluate what this real problem is. After we identify and agree what the real problem is, we have to say what criteria that we're going to use to evaluate this problem, and what is the numerical value of these criteria that we should look for, that should be our goals for a particular site. Furthermore, what kind of remediation can be used to achieve these cleanup goals, and what kind of reporting is required by the people who are doing the remediation, the people who cause the remediation, reporting to the property owners who suffer from remediation, and reporting to the environmental authorities, the government authorities. Furthermore, there's other social issues that we may need to attend to, the way the communities feel about the contamination or the remediation project. And at least in Mexico, there's sometimes problems with what some people here call commissions, which is a fee that is usually paid to somebody in one of the government agencies or one of the companies that caused the contamination to have a preferable evaluation when it comes to getting a contract awarded. I know this happens with Mexico from personal experience. I imagine it happens in India and many other countries in the world. And unfortunately, it's something we need to work on to get better, and with each site, accept it as a political reality and try to move forward. Also, it's important to recognize that management strategies and the remediation strategies coming from countries with developed economies may not work in our countries that have developing economies. Likewise, the management strategies and remediation strategies that come from temperate climates may not work in countries with tropical climates. We need to develop policies, autochthonous policies, homegrown policies on a national level and even appropriate for other parts of the country. And we need to develop environmental technologies for on a national level and even a subnational level. Now, I'd like to take the next part of the period for my presentation to give 3 examples of how these ideas have been used, things we've been working on to remediate sites based on these principles that I've talked to you about up to now. One thing is this is a site where we use what's called chemical biological stabilization, and it was for the remediation of sediments contaminated with heavy hydrocarbons. The site characteristics, it was a low-lying area that was used to dispose of heavy hydrocarbons, process to extract sulfur from salt domes. The fresh process is where you inject hot water into the salt zone to liquefy the minerals there. And this process generated several wastes, including acid mine tailings, acid drainage that came from the mine tailings, hydrocarbons which were associated with the salt dome, but were not of interest to the mining company. The mining company was only interested in sulfur. So the hydrocarbons for this company was a waste. And besides this, the bentonite-based drilling fluids that were used to drill the wells to extract the sulfur from the salt domes. For all of these, the acid mine drainage, the hydrocarbons, and the bentonite fluids were all deposited into a holding dam, a dam that was constructed especially for this, a large dam, 320. It was neutralized to magnesium oxide. Nonetheless, the sediments were still contaminated in the range of 5 to 7% of total petroleum hydrocarbons. So that would be on the order of 50,000 to 70,000 parts per million or milligrams per kilo of sediment. The hydrocarbons that were here were extra heavy petroleum, and this makes it especially challenging. Among the mix of all the different components in the petroleum, 50% were asphaltenes, polars, and resins, which have chemical structures that are very, very difficult to biodegrade. So the direct biodegradation to reduce the concentration of these hydrocarbons was not considered practical for this kind of waste at this site. It also had a very clayey texture, which makes aeration when you try to do biodegradation more difficult. Here I have a couple of images from the site. This is one of the beaches, they call them beaches, where sediment accumulated within the holding dam. And some of our students pulling some of this material out to work on their thesis projects. Here we can see a close-up of the material, and we see this clayey material that came from the drilling fluids. At one time, they had covered it up with some sandy soil, but then they continued to deposit more fluids and drainage here. A lot of hydrocarbons that tend to make their way to the surface and form an oily crust. And this is what we were challenged with, to try to remediate with some technique that would essentially recover this area. So the real problem here was not toxicity. You see these hydrocarbons in high concentrations. When we used bioassays to evaluate the toxicity was actually very low. Also, the hydrocarbons are very viscous and not very soluble. And so the possibility to leach out into the groundwater was also very low. Nonetheless, this hill fertility, especially with field to field capacity, and a technology by people working in the petroleum in Mexico. And it was an economical method to restore soil, easy methods. And this was first started by people in the central part of Veracruz State. And I had the opportunity to visit some of these sites several years ago. And from there, we tried to work on it, and slowly we developed this from being basic recipe to a true technology. And we applied it at this site with very favorable results.
Sir, the screen is not visible, sir. Excuse me. Now, what is the Dr. Andy? Your screen is not visible, sir. Hello, over there, Dr. Andy. Are you there, sir? Your screen is not visible, sir.
WhatsApp कॉल करे
ત્યાં બધું બીજું ચાલે છે લોગિન કરી બધું છે પ્રોબ્લેમ થાય તો ત્યાં જતો રહે મને પોસ્ટ બનાવી દો દેખાય છે મને પોસ્ટ બનાવી દો ત્યાં ચાલુ છે સિસ્ટમ
કઈ જગ્યાએ
આપણે કોમ્પ્યુટર બરાબર એટલે અહીંયા બધું માઇક બાઇક બધું ગોઠવી દીધું છે ના એટલે
બધું બંધ થઈ ગયું છે. Dr. Randy, your screen is not visible, sir. Are you there?
હા આવ્યા અનમ્યુટ કર્યું એમને. ના ના બહુ તો નથી. હવે
Someone
ગ્રીન રેડ આપણી વાતો કરી બધી યાદ
sure that they, well,
એમને નેટ પર
okay, and created, and this would create the microorganisms, and finally, phytoremediation was applied.
ખાલી લેન
Okay.
એટલે આપણે It's good now.
Okay. 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 Here we go again. In this biological stabilization, material was extracted. Then it was treated with hydrated lime to help reduce the leachates and reduce the toxicity and improve soil structure. Then it was treated with an organic amendment. In this case, it was sugarcane cachace, which is the filter cake from the sugar mills. This was used to improve the soil structure even more, the water holding capacity, and promote some biodegradation of the hydrocarbons that could be biodegraded or that could be partially degraded and incorporated into soil humic material. And finally, phytoremediation was used with a fine dispersed rooted tropical grass. Here we worked with the environmental authorities in a proactive manner to prove the technology, and it was accepted as a working technology, as a practical remediation goal, and linked to this specific technology. So the authorities were in agreement with this. The responsible party for the remediation worked always proactively with the environmental authorities. And this helped in a large degree in this project. The hydrocarbon concentration was not considered as a remediation goal for this technology. And this was something that the environmental authorities considered to be important. The final levels were still at around 30,000 milligrams per kilo, but this was not considered important for the environmental authority. What they were most concerned was fertility, no leachability, and low toxicity, which was what we were able to obtain. No toxic, it was non-toxic, very low TPH and leachate, and we had soil fertility with root density, microbial respiration, and field capacity in the same range or better than in the uncontaminated soil. It's a low-cost method, uses simple logistics, and was considered for study in Assam. Our colleagues in Assam had some problem registering their project, and that didn't go through, but maybe in the future we'll be able to do that. So here you can see the material where it was just excavated, and this was about 7 months afterwards, and this was the soil fertility we were able to obtain. So this was considered a successful project where we were really looking at what the real problem was and how we can use a remediation process to improve that process, to improve the problem. In the second example, it's a method called alkaline desorption with organic amendment, and it's used for water repellent soils that are contaminated with hydrocarbons. In this case, the site was a sandy soil that was used for pasture and coconuts that had become contaminated with oily produced water from a separation battery right next to the site. A short circuit in the separation battery caused a fire and burnt the soil. Later, it was bioremediated to low levels that were within the environmental norm in Mexico, which for these kinds of heavy hydrocarbons was less than 3,000 milligrams per kilogram. Nonetheless, the residual hydrocarbons, even with this low concentration, were present as a thin laminate on the soil particles. And this caused water repellency, poor pasture growth, and soil erosion. I have some images to show you. This photograph was taken in June when the rainy season is just starting. This is material that has already been remediated and has very low hydrocarbon concentration. Nonetheless, it's difficult for pasture to grow here, especially during the end of the dry season and throughout the dry season. The pasture that grows here is very difficult. Here's another image from the site. And with time, the hooves of the cattle destroy whatever surface cover there is and causes erosion. This can be compared to the uncontaminated part of the site with a good pasture grass. And of course, the property owner, even though this soil was considered clean by the environmental authority and the hydrocarbon concentration was low, was not very happy with this project. Certainly, he and his family wanted the soil to look like this when it was done and not like this. So here we see where the bioremediation was effective in reducing the concentration of the hydrocarbons, but was not effective finally in truly restoring the soil because the real problem was not identified. The real problem here is really very, very little water infiltration, dry soil, erosion, and poor pasture growth. A technology was developed using general soil science methods that we use in the laboratory to determine soil organic matter, and also considerations from the literature for methods from restoring naturally water repellent soil and petroleum contaminated soil. Most of the literature came from Colombia, from Australia, that both have naturally water repellent soils, and also from Canada, especially Alberta, that have had some contaminated soils that are also water repellent. Here we made small field plots on a property with the property owner's permission, and we were looking on reducing water repellency, not really on the hydrocarbon concentration, which was already very low. This method is based, the first part is an ion exchange. Here I have a diagram with, this represents the mineral part of the soil particles with a negatively charged mineral surface that's usually covered by organic matter, the soil organic matter, that has positive charges as well as polar charges. When the soil becomes contaminated, most of the hydrocarbons do not have polar functional groups. Nonetheless, in burned hydrocarbons or very weathered hydrocarbons, you get some of the molecules that do have these polar functional groups. Typically alcohols, carboxylic acids, carbonyl groups, keto groups, maybe some aldehydes, esters and ethers that will be there. And these polar functional groups can now stick to the polar functional groups in the soil organic matter more efficiently, but they also have non-polar functional groups that stick to the majority of the hydrocarbons through van der Waals type bonds. Here, when we add some, in this case, sodium hydroxide, This could either be sodium hydroxide or calcium hydroxide, but the sodium hydroxide is more soluble. Here, what happens is we do a cation exchange where the sodium ion replaces this positive ion in the soil organic material and binds to the surface of the soil mineral, and the hydroxide applies to this positive charge on the soil organic material. And this complex of the soil organic material with the more polar hydrocarbon and the less polar hydrocarbon just kind of gets washed away from the surface. Even though it may continue to exist in the soil, it doesn't stick to the soil surface, and so you don't get this problem with covering the soil surface with the hydrocarbons. So they're still in the soil, but they're not thin laminate on the soil surfaces. Obviously, this process can cause you excess sodium in the soil, excess alkalinity in the soil. And so after this, other treatments are necessary. This is the first part of the treatment. So here we applied a weak solution of 0.1 normal caustic soda. Then we let the excess salinity and alkalinity wash out. This was done in the rainy season in September. Alternatively, if you wanted to do this in the dry season, you could apply some irrigation. Later, we mixed in an organic amendment. In this case, it was also sugarcane cachace, but a very mature cachace. This is the filter cake from the sugar mill. This was left to naturally degrade and compost in the soil for about a month. And then we planted with a good forage grass from the site using stolons. So here we see where we're applying the sodium hydroxide. It was mixed in. 15 days later, we came and we mixed in the sugarcane cachace, and then we planted the stolons, and the growth was much, much better. In this area of the site, the property owner was not able to use this kind of grass, which was what was preferred. Only this kind of thin Bermuda grass was grown here that has much less pasture per hectare and much less protein per kilo of pasture produced. So this was good news for the process and for the farmer here. In the end, we looked at the field humidity or the in situ moisture content, and we see the uncontaminated site near the surface, about 8 centimeters down, had a humidity a little above 8%, whereas the contaminated, untreated soil was much less, about 6%, whereas the treated soil was even higher than the control, which was about 11%. Many of the sandy soils, their field capacity is at about 10, 11, 12%. So this was near field capacity, which was good news. And as we go down in the soil profile, we maintain a good soil moisture level. And this is what allowed this grass to grow very well at this site. So we were very happy about that. Here we noticed that we were able to use locally available materials and know-how with a low-cost process. Later, we tested it in a rural area in Minnesota in the United States and also had very good results. The third project I'd like to speak about is the use of a spike rush, Eleocharis mutata, for restoration of a brine contaminated sites. This is an ongoing project, but it's showing quite a bit of promise. Here, the site is very different. It's a marshy area that was previously a cattail marsh that was contaminated with a salty and oily produced water from a petroleum hydration plant. It was a chronic discharge from this dehydration plant. Later, it was remediated to overcome the oil contamination, and that part of the treatment was effective. Nonetheless, the salty conditions were ignored because it's not part of the environmental norm. This caused a kill zone without any vegetation due to the very high salinity. But over about 2 decades, some plants started to overcome the salinity, reduce the kill zone, and prepare the soil for less tolerant species. In the long term, we could have a low-cost habitat recovery. Think about using it in other sites. But a part that is very important for us is the salinity limits. What is the saltiness that this plant can tolerate? And it can really take on the produced water from the oil fields. Here's a perspective of the site. Here's yours truly. Here's the discharge canal coming from the dehydration plant. Here's the petrochemical plant in the distance. This here is a canal, a border. When they dredged out this canal, they put the dredge material here, which formed a higher area that seldom floods, and it's usually not have problems with saltiness. Here we have an area without vegetation and salt accumulation. Some Eleocardies in a dry state, also in a green state, and in the background, these cattail marsh trying to recover its place, and among that, some isolated white mangrove trees. To get an idea of this site, this is at the beginning of the rainy season. This was in the end of June, beginning of July. And here we have kind of the landscape profile. So you have this low spot, this kind of a bump here, and then this low area right here. And what happens is during the rainy season, you can get salty water overspilling the border and falling into this low area. Then you get ponding and evaporation in the dry season and accumulation of salts, especially right near the border in some areas right here. Here's the same site in a following year. This was in the dry season, and this area had been burned. That's why it looks this kind of burned aspect. We're looking away from the plant. Here's where the canal would be. This is the canal border. This is the kill zone without vegetation and a salty crust. Here's the Eleocardius mutata and the cattail and a couple isolated mangrove trees, and in the background, a white mangrove forest. Here we can also see some of these cattails trying to make their way into what is this stand of spike rush, this Eleocardius. Okay, so here we can see the salty crust forming there, and the Eleocardius getting right up to where the salty area is, and the cattails behind trying to make it up here. Okay, so the real problem here now is the salt accumulation. And a possible solution would be a phytorestoration using this species, this Eleocardius mutata. So we were able to identify this from different keys, its salt tolerance, the description of where it's found in the environment. There are registries throughout the tropical area of the Americas and the Atlantic coast of Africa for this species and similar species. And we did sampling campaigns to determine the limits to salt tolerance over a period of 4 years, trying to look for the greenest plants or the plants that were still green nearest to the kill zone to try to see how much salt can this plant take. Here we determined the salinity, the soil organic matter, and we observed the plant succession at the sites to evaluate salinity versus soil organic matter and Eleocardius mutata as a soil transformer. There are records in Brazil saying this has a high net productivity, so it can recolonize areas quickly, increase the soil organic material. This soil organic material can sequester some salts and permit the later succession with cattails, reducing the kill zone. In trying to determine the limits to salinity in the 2019 field campaign, the highest level we got was 121 decisiemens per meter. In 2020, it was the beginning of the pandemic, and we didn't go to the field. But this year, 2021, we went back to the field, and we were able to find plants that were green right next to the kill zone. And they had basically the same maximum salinity that was determined 2 years before. So we feel pretty confident that this is about the limits of this species of plant. Even so, it's truly a hypersaline species. It can tolerate a very high amount of salt. The produced water from the offshore oil fields in Tabasco and Campeche in Mexico run from about 104 to 130 decisiemens per meter. So we see that the tolerance of this plant is near the upper range of that. And it might be possible to plant this spike rush near a brine spill shortly after a spill to establish a vegetative cover, avoid soil erosion, and this also makes the natural recovery more effective. I'm preparing the vegetative, this place for vegetative succession. We were also interested in seeing the relation between the soil organic material and the salinity at this site. And here we have the salinity gradient as the distance from the center of the dead zone and the salinity in decisiemens per meter. And we notice here's the middle of the dead zone. Here's the last place where there was no growth or dead plants. The first area when we found a vigorous plant growth. So here we had to drop down to about 120, 125 decisiemens. But after that, it seems like the plants are actually modifying the salinity, dropping the salinity within the Aleocardi stand and a little bit more even within the cattail, the typha stand. In terms of soil organic matter, we see where there's no plants at all in the dead zone and where the Aleocardi just starts to grow. And over time, it's able to accumulate a considerable amount of new soil organic matter, starting from about 10, getting up to about 28 within the middle of the Aleocardi stand. This, of course, makes the salt partially sequestered and improves the field capacity of the soil, allowing the typha to grow. And within the typha stand, well, these plants just produce a lot of organic material, and it brings up your soil organic material up to above 50%. So this is what we're talking about. If you can use this plant, the Aleocardi, to start covering a brine spill, slowly it can modify the soil and change it so that other less tolerant plants can get in there and recover the area. Here we see some of our maps. This was 2018, where we have the area without vegetation, the discharge canal, and here was our samples. In 2019, we went to determine the limits here, and that was the time when it was dry, these dry conditions. We had to go about a meter into the Aleocardi stand to find green plants. And here we found the maximum limit at about 121 decisiemens per meter. There was also some growth of this other plant here, this Lacera exandra, was starting to grow in this area that did not have that kind of damage. And there was also some individuals coming out of the typha stand invading what was the Aleocardi stand here. So it looks like the Aleocardi is slowly recovering the area without vegetation, the saltiest area, and allowing the typha to advance. In this year, the typha had a more solid line advancing, and we were able to take samples right next to the dead zone practically here, and found a much basically the same limit as we found in 2019. So that was very encouraging. Well, there was also a new kill zone here. There was vestiges of the Lacera exandra in this new kill zone. We suspect that maybe there was some discharge, a new discharge to this canal. Supposedly this discharge has been controlled and it's no longer discharged into the canal, although sometimes they have problems in the plant. And we suspect that some salty water spilled over the border here and into this area and caused a new kill. In terms of the long-term perspective, with time, Aleocardi mutata may be able to completely cover the kill zone. And with time, the typha may recover its lost habitat. And well, we need to control new spills into the discharge canal or from the discharge canal into here. This is a low cost and practical alternative for recovering areas that have been damaged, altered due to brine spills. And it might have some applications for the Rans in northwestern Gujarat. We're looking at some of our colleagues there, if that might be something we would interesting to working on together. In conclusions, applied science for remediation. In regions with developing economies and tropical conditions, the solutions that are copied from more developed economies and temperate regions may not work well. We need to develop our own strategies, and we need to devote our research and technology to solving the real problems, not some invented ones. And here I have this little thing. Sometimes we try to duplicate this, but we can do it. Here in Spanish, it says "si se puede," which means we can do it. We can do it. We can invent our own things. And I'm sure there's an Indian version of this too that says we can do it. We have developed our own technology. We are not dependent on foreigners for materials, technology, or know-how. We can do it, and we should do it. Furthermore, many sites can be remediated using simple chemical and biological means that are low cost, with simple logistics, with no need to import materials, machinery, technology, know-how, or legal structures from developed countries. This is something which would be a whole nother theme of a talk. What are our legal structures here? There's also potential for natural attenuation and phytoremediation, taking advantage of tropical conditions, especially warm and humid conditions that can be investigated. And it's important to consider local cultural and social aspects when we do this. Here are two images, one from Mesoamerica and one from your home state there in Gujarat, for those who are listening from there on the other side of the world. And with that, I finish my talk, and I thank you for your attention. Sorry for our technical difficulties. And if you would like, I think we have time for maybe one or two questions. I would be glad to answer your questions. Okay. Well, if there are no questions at this moment, you can get in contact with me through Dr. Durhagara, and I'll be willing to try to answer any of your questions, send you information about some of the things we've seen today or some things that we may be seeing in the future. Thank you for your attention and patience, and sorry for our technical difficulties that we had in the middle of the presentation.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very informative talk on the importance of applied sciences for the remediation of contaminated site. You give information regarding the how various contaminated sites from various contaminants we can overcome with the help of developing the methodology, low-cost methodology using various applied sciences. I ask the participant, if you want to ask any question, you can ask. Is there any question? Presently, Dr. Randy is delivering a lecture in the midnight. Thank you very much, sir. I'm very sorry Thank you very much, sir. And very sorry to giving you trouble in this time.
No, no problem. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now I invite Ms. Zoneta Markulova, Deputy Head International Department, Vyataka State University, Russia, to deliver her lecture. I welcome you, ma'am. Ma'am, please unmute yourself. Can you hear me, sir? Madam, can you hear me? Please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Okay, okay.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are very much clear.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, and first of all, dear Dr. Randy, thank you very much for his perfectly organized presentation. It was a brilliant example of applied sciences and solutions. How can we use applied sciences in solutions in different problems? So let me introduce myself. My name is Janeta Merkulova, and I'm glad to welcome you on behalf of Vyataka State University that is situated in the Russian Federation. I am the deputy head of the international office, and I'm really very pleased to be here with you and to welcome all of you. I'd like to thank all the participants and organizers and the esteemed partners for this possibility to meet and share various academic opinions in spite of current pandemic limitations and restrictions. It is an honor for our university and to perform as co-organizers in this conference, taking into account the importance of the issues discussing here. Our university, Vyataka State University, is one of the largest universities of the Volga Federal District of the Russian Federation. So over 16,000 students from 33 countries and different continents study at our universities, including 400 international students. We have been steadily working on building a multicultural environment for all our students and teachers at our university. And so we are proud of our international partnership, as we get partners all over the world, including European, Asian, African, and American universities. As all of us and all our partners, we understand perfectly well that the development of any modern university and any modern education is possible only with close cooperation with our esteemed partners and colleagues all over the world. The scientific priorities of our university, such like biotechnology, ecology, and hydrogen energy, and the variety of new materials, are closely connected to the topic of our conference. So we are happy to have this platform to share academic and scientific opinions, ideas, and views. Our university successfully implements a variety of degree programs, generally totally over 200 undergraduate and graduate programs, as well as short programs and courses in online, offline, and blended form. So applied sciences have always played an important role in the education process implemented at our university. And perhaps And perhaps this is one of priorities for a large number of our students. We think that maybe it is one of the reasons that recently we've been demonstrating quite a positive dynamics, strengthening our positions in some Russian and world rankings. Like, for example, in 2021, I mean this year, for the first time, our university managed to enter the QS rating in the Emerging Europe and Central Asia division. So once again, when I see all of us together and geographically all the partners of our today conference are located at a great distance from each other, just imagine all those distances and how far we are from each other at that very moment. But we all are united by one common idea and inspired by common goals and objectives, realizing the importance of scientific development and collaboration. We are remote, but not separated, and we all have a possibility to communicate using this conference platform. That is very, very good for all of us. So, and to finish my speech, my short speech, I believe I can use this chain to invite all of you to take part in our variety of our international online events in schools that we are planning to implement this year later. Like in the nearest future, we will announce an international chess tournament that was a success last year. We want to repeat it this year. And perhaps for those interested in Russian culture and Russian language, we will organize an intense summer school with a focus on local cultural uniqueness of our region. And we also, as I have this chance, I also invite everyone to take part in our annual conference, which will be held in coming spring, and the details will be announced later. So to finish it up, to sum it all up, once again, many thanks to all the participants, organizers, and esteemed partners for the opportunity, to communicate in these hard pandemic times for all of us. And we are already looking forward to our next meetings. So thank you very much for your attention and greetings from Russia.
Thank you very much, ma'am, to join us in a very short notice. And thank you for giving us opportunity to work in collaboration with your university. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I request Dr. M.N. Reddy to focus on the conference in this regard and to share his view regarding the conference.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Vera South Gujarat University, Dr. Cation Chowda, today's conference co-host, Zanita Harklova, and Deputy Head of International Studies and a representative of the Yataka University, State University of Russia, our in-charge registrar, Dr. Jajit Chaudhary, and members of our Senate and syndicate, invited guest speakers from all over the world, and the participants of the conference, that is Emerging Trends in Applied Sciences. First, I should admit that this conference was organized very hurriedly, with a very short notice. Our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Chavda, who took over as Vice Chancellor barely 5 months ago, was very keen to organize international academic collaborations. And as a result, with his initiative, we had a memorandum of understanding with our today's co-host, Yataka State University of Russia, for exchange of scholars and academic programs in different fields. And this conference is one of the outcome of that collaboration. We'll also be having several such conferences in social sciences and humanities next month with an active collaboration with the Russian University. At present, the two-day multidisciplinary conference, that is your emerging trends in applied sciences, has been divided into 4 different tracks. One is the life sciences, one the chemistry, the physics, mathematics, and statistics. And all the 4 tracks will be conducted parallel. So each track is again subdivided into different subject themes, that is different sessions with an identified areas of specialization within each track. Life science track, which is headed by Dr. Kapila Manoj, Dean of our science faculty of our university, and Dr. Gaurav Shah, coordinator of biotechnology department of our university. This track has different dedicated sessions on plant and agriculture sciences, and one session on biotechnology and microbiology, another session on animal sciences and aquatic biology and environmental science, and another science with miscellaneous other and the applied sciences field. The chemistry track is handled by Dr. Saurabh Patel, head of the Department of Chemistry of Vera University. They also has 4 dedicated sessions, one on organic chemistry, one on inorganic chemistry, one on analytical chemistry, and physical chemistry track. Physics track is led by Dr. K.C. Poria, head of physics department of our university. This track has 4 sub-themes. One of that is on the material sciences and crystallography. And other sub-theme is on the nuclear science and theoretical physics. Another session on nanoscience and nanotechnology. And one session on electronics and applied physics. The 4th track is by the mathematics and statistics department. Track is handled by Dr. Dilip Joshi, head of mathematics department, and Dr. R.K. Rajguru, head of the statistics department of this university. They have 3 different sessions on applied statistics, applied mathematics, and pure mathematics. So these are the 4 tracks which are going to be conducted parallelly in these 2 days. Even though it was a very short notice, I'm very glad to share that, to say that we have got an overwhelming response. Overall, we have 365 participants and 238 research papers will be presented during these 2 days. Life science track has received 141 papers, out of which 57 will be in oral presentations and 84 will be poster presentations. Chemistry track has 35 papers, out of which 18 papers will be oral presentation and 17 will be the poster presentations. And the physics track has received a total of 41 papers, of which 22 are selected for an oral presentation and 19 of them will be in a poster presentation. And the mathematics and statistics track is subjected has received but 21 papers and all of them will be an oral presentation. And we are glad to announce that there are participants representing 15 states and union territories from all over India, and about 17 research papers are from 7 different countries. They are representing Canada, United Kingdom, USA, Russia, Indonesia, Thailand, and Japan. And from Russia alone, there are 10 research papers which will be presented in different subject themes. We are thankful to the experts from different institutions from India and other countries who have agreed to give the plenary lectures in their specialized fields during these 2 days of the conference. There are about 17 plenary lectures on different subjects, and 11 of the subject experts are from other countries. Rest are from our national institutes of our country. These countries represented by the subject experts are from United Kingdom, Japan, Canada, Russia, Brazil, Indonesia, Mexico, Taiwan, and UAE. We are extremely thankful to all of them for their active participation in spite of different time zones they are from. For some, probably it might be a midnight by the time they are giving lectures at a very odd time. We are very happy to announce that our university is going to publish the selected papers as the proceedings of the conference, and the chairperson and the co-chairperson of the respective sessions will select the papers for the publication in the proceedings. So I request all the young participants to make full use of these 2 days and participate actively in any of the subject session you are interested, and go through the posters. Those links are already uploaded on the site. So wishing you all a fruitful outcome of these 2-day conference. Thanking you one and all. Now I request all the participants now at 12 o'clock, you can join your respective tracks. The links are provided for your respective tracks. So you rejoin, you can leave this and then rejoin in your respective track conference. Now I thank you and hand over the mic to the organizers.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving us the detail about the conference. Now I invite Dr. Paresh Parekh, Joint Secretary of the event, for vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone, to one and all present here. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir Dr. Kaan Chawda, sir. Respected In-Charge Registrar, Dr. Jaideep Chaudhary, sir. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Randy Adams. Ms. Zaneta Marklova from Russia. Our plenary speakers, our conference convener, Professor M. Reddy, sir, Dean of the Science Faculty, and various head of the Department of Science Faculty, my organizing committee members, and all participants. It is such an honor for me to get an opportunity to thank you all the dignitaries on behalf of the organizing committee of the conference. I extend a warm welcome to the people in the gathering. I would like to express my gratitude to all esteemed delegates of conference for their presence and contributions to make this inaugural function successful. I extend my gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to take out his time from his busy schedule to grace the event. Thank you for inspiring and encouraging us with your words on a special day. A special thanks to Dr. Jaideep Chaudhary, sir, In-Charge Registrar, for providing immense support to organize the conference. I am also thankful to our keynote speaker, Dr. Randy Adams, for the inspiring words on importance of applied science for remedies of petroleum sites. A special thanks to Ms. Sergey Fomin, Vice Rector of International Affairs, Rajasthan State University, for every guidance, response, and support to arrange and organize this conference jointly. I heartily thankful to all the plenary speakers to accept our invitation in a very short time and make it convenient to deliver a talk in a conference. I extend my gratitude to Dr. M. Reddy, convener of the conference, Dr. Praveen Dudagra, Organizing Secretary, and Dr. Sridhar Nimawat, a treasurer of the conference, to organize a virtual international conference even amidst the pandemics. I must thank the organizing team, volunteers, for working hard for the past few days to make possible it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Reddy, sir, over to you to announce that separate parallel session. And we have.
I think we will be breaking now.
Yeah, we will have a 20 minutes to join in a new session.
Yeah, 20 minutes. So by 11:55, Also, you can join, all the participants can join their respective tracks, the life science, physics, chemistry, and the mathematics and statistics for the technical sessions, the technical session 1 in each respective track. Yeah, we will break now and then rejoin by 11:55. Is it okay, Dr. Dudagram?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we will join within the 10 minutes to respective that link which is given to you. I mean, old participants having a separate link for the mathematics, physics, chemistry, and life science. So the life science track will be continuing that particular link. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Dr. Douglas. We'll start the life science track session 1 very soon.
After 10 minutes.
Okay, no problem, sir.
Yep.
या तो सर मैं छोड़ दूं ऐसे ही करें?
Shall we start, sir?
Dr. Pravin?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Shall we start, sir? Dr. Douglas,
Yes,
shall we start?
it's time. Okay.
Yeah. So
So I share my PowerPoint.
yes, sir. So first of all, we will give you the brief introduction, and then after we will start. Okay, I hand over to the Dr. Parabia.
So I can start now.
Sir, once a minute. Let me introduce you with all our participants. So, very good morning once again, all of you. You all are most welcome in the Life Sciences parallel session. I would like to introduce Professor Douglas J. Shu. He is working as an associate professor in the Department of Biological Science and Technology in the Institute of National Pington University of Science and Technology. He did his PhD from National Chungsi University in 2004. His field of expertise are enzyme biotechnology, functional genomics, microbiome, metagenomics, green nanotechnology, and signal transduction. He has received Excellence in Teaching Award, Functionality of Adjunct Job Satisfaction Award, and Best Academic Mentor Award in the National Pington University of Science and Technology. He has published number of papers in peer-reviewed journals published by Elsewhere, Springer, MDPI, and many more. He is a very well-known person in the research area in Taiwan. So I would like to invite him to present his talk. Please.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, 1 minute, sir. In the present session, I would like to introduce as a chairman our Dr. Krishna Murthy, and with him the co-chairmans are Professor M.N. Reddy and myself, Dr. Fazin Parabia. I would like to introduce Professor Krishnamurthy. Dr. Raman Krishnamurthy. He is recently working as a director at C.G. Bhakta Institute of Biotechnology, present in Bardoli. He is serving as a dean over there, also a member of Academic Council, Research Council, Board of Studies, and Board of Management. He has also worked as a visiting professor in Ilorin, Kwara State in Nigeria from 8 years. He has helped them to establish a plant tissue culture lab and also establish a memorandum of understanding with University of Ilorin. He has did his PhD in botany in 1988 from MS University. Then he is pursued for a postdoctoral fellowship. He is also a member of Senate in Veer Dharma South Gujarat University. He has 28 years of industrial as well as academic research. He was also a director of Bhagwan Mahavir College and a director of a Zandu Foundation for Healthcare in Mumbai. He has a nine project and also awarded a best project from DBT. So now I would like to welcome Dr. Douglas to present his talk. Please, Doctor, you may continue.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear Chairman, Chairperson, and the Co-Chairperson, and everyone. My name is Douglas. It's my honor to present my work at this conference. And the topic of my presentation is perspectives on function and application of phytocysteines. And phytocysteines is a large group with containing many proteins. So it's a cysteine superfamily. So in the beginning, I would like to introduce this superfamily to you. And cysteines are structurally homologous proteins whose members are involved in the control of protease activity in various normal and pathological processes. And they have the coconut inhibitors. The cysteine is the inhibitor of cysteine protease. So it can inhibit cysteine protease in various organisms like plant, protozoan, mammalian cysteine protease. And about 20 years ago, there are 3 families cysteines, and they are all animal origins. And these 3 families include staphyline, cysteine, and kininogen. The group 1 is the staphyline family. They are small molecular weight proteins with a molecular weight about 11 kilodalton. They all have a single domain. They don't contain disulfide bond or carbohydrate in the protein structure, and they are mainly acidic protein found in various cells and tissue. So they are majorly intracellular proteins like human staphyline A. So what you see on the slide is the human staphyline A structure. Group 2 is the cysteine family. The molecular weight is about 13 kilodalton. The proteins in this family, they all have a single domain, but they have 2 disulfide bonds and are usually non-glycosylated. They occur in many biological fluids, so they are majorly extracellular proteins. For example, chicken, egg, white cysteine, the structure you saw on the slide. And the group 2 is the kininogen family. They are large molecular weight proteins. So their molecular weight are very diverse, from 60 to 120 kilodalton. They are multifunctional glycoproteins in mammalian plasma and other secretions. They contain several cysteine-like domains with an unrelated coupled CO terminal. It's called kinine segment. So they are majorly plasma proteins like kininogen. There's another group which are considered not in the kininogen family, but some scholars think they are belonging to this kininogen family too. It's called the phytolin family, like phytolins and histidine-rich glycoprotein. So this is a figure I want to show you the proteins like featuring in this family are all large molecular weight proteins. So they have several cysteine domains, like featuring A and B. They have 2 cysteine domains and an additional terminal domain at the C-terminal. In addition to featuring, there are also other histidine-rich glycoproteins. The molecular weights are very large. In addition to these known cysteines from animal, actually, more and more cysteines are found in plant genome. So they are grouped into the 4th family. It's called phytocysteine family. The molecular weight is about 15 kilodalton. They all have a single domain like the cysteine I just introduced, but they don't have disulfide bonds in their structure, like this one, Oriental cysteine from rice. No matter they are from animal or plant, their structure are very similar, like the slide I just showed you. And in their sequence, they have 3 very conserved domains or motifs, like the glycine near the N-terminal, GXVXG motif, which is involved in the catalytic or inhibitory function, and the C-terminal tryptophan amino acid residue. So we compare chicken egg white cysteine with rice cysteine. You can find their structure are very similar. There's a major alpha helix with several beta sheets. So why they have the inhibitory activity against protease? That's because there are 3 conserved motifs, like I just introduced, and they are located on the loop, like the slide you see. The right one. They are all located on 2 loops. So the cysteine protease use these 2 loops to inhibit cysteine protease activity. So this is the structure of human staphin A in contrast with papain. Papain is the cysteine protease from papaya. It's also from the plant. So what you see on the right is the human staphin A use the loop. It's the upside down structure to inhibit the active site of the papain. So in our lab, we focus on the phytocysteines, which are also called plant cysteines. And in the beginning, we work on the sesame seed cysteine and the pineapple stern cysteines. And this slide shows the molecular modeling of these cysteine proteins from pineapple and sesame. So you can find that their structure are very similar to those we just introduced. So the function of cysteine involved in many biological and pathological events. They include inflammation, muscle dystrophy, Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, viral disease, hereditary disease, tumor, megalinitis, immunological properties. So it's very interesting to discover the function of cysteine, including the structure of the cysteines. So this slide shows that a small protein like cysteine, it may have many functions in addition to inhibit cysteine protease. So they may also have immunomodulatory properties to control disease. And also they can be used for the design of therapeutic and the pest control agent. So I want to introduce you the biological roles of plant cysteines. It can be divided into two parts. One is it can act as the endogenous target enzyme. It can control the activity of cysteine proteins in tissue-specific and developmental stage-specific fashion. Like in the rice genome, we know the rice genome had been dissected. So in the rice genome, we found 11 cysteine genes. Until now, we only know OC1, the first one, and the OC2, the second one. For the other 9 cysteines, we still don't know their functions. So OC2 is involved in early events in germination, such as primary digestion of storage protein, and the OC1 plays a role at the later events. About OC3 until OC11, we still don't know their function. So it's very interesting to discover or investigate their functions. They are also involved in the control of pregnant cell death. They will prevent unwanted cell death, like in soybean. The second role of cysteine is they play as a journey target enzyme roles. They act as a biodefensive system against the cysteine protease of insect, nematode, and the microbes invading. So study on the structure and function of cysteines might be useful for the design of therapeutic and pest control agents. So in my lab, we focus on the study of function and application of plant cysteines. In the beginning, we focus on these 4 parts. The first one is the whole defensive system. We try to use this protein to against insect, parasites, microbes. And the second one is to use this protein to improve meat and seafood quality. And another interesting topic is the appetite control. So the first one is the host plant defense system. The general concept is like the serine protease inhibitor. They can inhibit the serine protease in the gut. So the insect or other protozoan, which has the serine protease, can be inhibited by the cysteines. They can block the digested enzyme of insect and parasites. So in the insect gut, the pH is varies. If they may contain serine protease and the cysteine protease. So if we use cysteine as food for the insect to digest, they will not digest well. So cysteine will have the insecticidal activity. Like the article published in 1991, this one, It studied the inhibition of digestive proteins of stored grain characterized by Oriental cysteines. So like the study in 1993, they used both serine protease inhibitor and the cysteine protease inhibitor to inhibit red flow beetle. Cysteine can also be transgenic into plant genome, like the study in 1996, transgenic rice established to express corn cysteine inhibits strong inhibitory activity against insect gut proteins. Cysteine can be also used to inhibit parasites, like these two articles. So it's a patent. Use cysteine to control parasites. So the cysteine can be designed as a medicament or as the food to inhibit the parasites. Cysteine can be also used to inhibit virus infection. So this is one of the studies for your reference. So including fungus, cysteine has the inhibitory activity to against fungus. So the cysteine can also be used to increase the stress resistance of the plants. So for the virus infection inhibition, why it has the activity like this? That's due to some of the virus after the entry into the host cell, the polypeptide should be processed by the cysteine protease. So we can use cysteine to inhibit cysteine protease. So the processing process will be inhibited. That's why cysteine can be used for virus infection prevention. So here are several articles study about using plant cysteine as the inhibitor to against virus. In addition to control disease, the second part we work on is the meat and seafood quality improvement. I don't know if you know surimi. Surimi is a water-rich cryostabilized fish means mussel. It's a raw material for making gelled seafood product. So it needs the gelation reaction between myosin molecules. So the development of myosin gels occurs during heating. In the fish or shellfish or other aquatic organisms, they have several types of protease. So in this table, you will find that a major part of the protease is the cysteine protease. That's why you can use cysteine to inhibit myosin degradation. After fish dies in the early postmortem, the pH will be changed from neutral to acidic condition. So the cysteine protease will be activated So it will cause myosin to be degraded. So that's one of the study talking about using cysteine to prepare ceremin. The other type of the study we work in our lab is to control the appetites. That's also due to the mechanism of the digestion use the cysteine protease. That's due to the gastric juice of vertebrates include many cysteine protease and also aspartic protease. So we can use cysteine to control the digestion of food by the cysteine protease in the GI system. So in our lab, we work on these several projects, including sesame, pineapple, and the jellyfish. So I would like to introduce the first one, the sesame cysteine. It's a 199 amino acid residue protein. The molecular weight of sesame cysteine is higher than the others. The molecular weight is 22 kilodalton, and the calculated isolate point is 6.17. So on the right is the structure of sesame cysteine. So at the below, we can find that there are two cysteine domains within sesame cysteine. So it's very different from the other plant cysteines. The second one is the pineapple stern cysteine. It's smaller with amino acids of about 135. The molecular weight is 15 kilodalton. It's an acidic protein. It only has one cysteine domain. So from the alignments, you will find the cysteines from sesame and pineapple all have these three conserved motifs. So about the cysteine in sesame seeds. In the middle of the sequence, there are one conserved motif, which is involved in the inhibition of cysteine protease activity. Also, it has N-terminal and C-terminal conserved amino acid residues. So we study when this protein is accumulated in the seeds or in various organs. So this protein is only deposited in the seeds, not in the other organs. So during seed maturation, the sesame seed cysteine accumulated until a very large amount. So sesame cysteine is degraded after germination. So almost it was disappeared at the second day after imbibition. So it may means that this protein is involved in the seed maturation. So this protein cysteine is degraded by the other protease. So you further use sesame seed cysteine to study a more efficient purification method. This method is called artificial oil body purification method. Oil bodies are stable in both cell and isolated preparation. Actually, oil bodies are located in the plant cells, especially the oil crops. So we can make artificial oil bodies in the lab stably, which is called AOB. It can be constituted with 3 essential components, including phospholipid, oil, and oleosin, a membrane protein. This oil body from transgenic plants expressing oleosin-fused protein were suitable for production of recombinant protein. This is the structure of the oil bodies. So in the middle of oil body is the triacylglycerol. It's covered with a mono layer of phospholipids. So until now, we know 3 types of membrane proteins are located on the membrane of oil bodies, including oleosin, chaleosin, and stereoleosin. So in the lab, we can use 3 components to reconstitute the artificial oil body for expression and the purification of cysteines. So we use antibody to detect the purity and the quantity of the purified cysteine. So it's an established method to purify cysteine. So further, we study the roles of sesame cysteine. Like I said, the molecular weight of sesame cysteine is larger than the other plant cysteine. So when we analyze the amino acid sequence, we think sesame seed cysteine may have 2 domains. It means sesame seed cysteine may have 2 different functions. One of the functions is to inhibit cysteine protease. It's located at the N-terminal domain, like the left one. So the C-terminal domain is a domain with unknown function. So we suggest this protein may regulate the activity of other proteases. So we try to purify the full-length sequence protein of sesame cysteine and divided this protein into 2 parts, the N-terminal part and also the C-terminal part. Use these 3 different proteins to isolate their endogenous cysteine protease. So the right one is the demography study. You will find that we use these 3 different parts to isolate the endogenous protease from sesame. The cysteine protease inhibitory activity are very different about these 3 parts. So the full-length sesame seed cysteine is the cysteine with the highest inhibitory activity. And the N-terminal domain is the second, and the C-terminal is almost without papain inhibitory activity. So that's why we think the C-terminal domain of sesame seeds cysteine has other inhibitory activities. We also study the antifungal activity of these three different parts. Very interestingly, they all have inhibitory activity against various fungi. And we further looking for interaction of cysteine protease and with the sesame seed cysteine. And now we isolate one of the cysteine protease. It's called SICYS. It's a cysteine protease appeared after germination. So the second part of the study is the pineapple stern cysteine. Also, it has 3 conserved amino acid residues and motifs. It's another study in 2009. It found that the pineapple stern cysteine has the signal peptide. So we use pineapple cysteine to study its function to inhibit the degradation in minced fish muscle. So this is the result. The surimi will form the gel after heating. So it means the myosin will be degraded after heating. If we add cysteine into the reaction, the degradation of myosin will be inhibited. So we'll make surimi more rigid to improve the meat and the seafood quality. In addition to sesame and pineapple, we also study jellyfish akins. We found the cysteine from the jellyfish. It's also a small protein, contains 114 amino acid residues. It contains 19 amino acid signal peptides at the N-terminal. And this protein is a basic protein with an isoelectric point of 9.65. It only contains 1 cysteine domain. This protein contains all the 3 conserved amino acid residue and the motifs. We use jellyfish cysteine to study its phytopathogenic fungi inhibition activity. So from this slide, you will find that the fungi mycelium growth will be inhibited. Also, we study the inhibitory activity of phytocysteine from sesame and jellyfish against cowpea. And this insect has many cysteine proteases in their guts. So if we use sesame seed cysteine and pineapple or jellyfish cysteine as a fruit, the insect gut protease activity will be inhibited. So it's another study to improve the cysteine has the inhibitory activity against the insect. So this is another plant. We study the cysteines. It's the rice cysteines. We focus on the Orida cysteine 2. Orida cysteine 1 is the well-studied cysteine. So we still need to know more about the activity of Orida cysteine 2. That's why we choose this one. And the first part is the Encyclical interaction studies on Orida cysteine. We try to find the cysteine protease in the rice genome. So we found 6 different possible cysteine proteases and study their interaction with the molecular docking assays. So this cysteine protease include cathepsin B, cathepsin 1, cathepsin F-like, cathepsin L4-like, cathepsin L-like, and cathepsin O2-like. Another one is try to engineer cysteine as a scaffold protein. So one of the study is to use the loop of the Orida cysteine 2. We try to modify this region with 8 amino acid from AC2, angiotensin converting enzyme 2. Because now we know the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein will recognize human AC2 protein. So we try to modify the amino acids on the loop from the amino acids of AC2 and use this engineered protein to capture SARS-CoV-2. So this is the idea. On the left is the coronavirus, and on their surface there are many spike proteins. They will recognize AC2 for their entry into human cells. So we have the idea to engineer cysteine and use it to recognize the spike protein, and then we can inhibit or capture the coronavirus. It's one of the ideas. So at the last part, I would like to introduce you. In my lab, we have an internship program. It's called the Taiwan Experience Education Program. In my lab, we study microbiome, metagenomics, and ground sensing. So if you are interested, you may join our program. So at the last, I would like to thank the Dr. Jason Jen, Zheng Meilin, Wenmin Zhou, Pan Qizhong, and Dr. Shangash Srivasan, Krishna Mary Kurma, and Hendra, and also Ito. And that's all my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Douglas Shu. Now the session is open for discussion. Participant, you may ask any question.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, very nice presentation, Dr. Douglas.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually, I have two questions. First is like you have explained that this cysteine is inhibiting the cysteine protease, and pardon me, but I have actually not understood how it actually inhibit that. If you have explained it. And second question is, you have also mentioned about the application of cysteine in inhibiting parasite cysteine protease for treatment. So can you like shed light on how it can be specific against the parasite cysteine protease, avoiding inhibition of mammalian cysteine protease?
Excuse me. Can you repeat the first question?
Yes, actually, you have explained that how cysteine protease is inhibiting, cysteine is inhibiting the cysteine protease. So, like, I didn't understand how, I mean, what you explain actually, like how it inhibits, what are the domains and all that. What is the mechanism? Like, is it binding to the catalytic domain, or is it degrading the cysteine protease? Like, how it is actually inhibiting? Is it known? Have you studied that, or somebody have known how it is inhibiting the cysteine protease?
Okay, I will answer the first question. Let me show you this picture. The cysteine this is the structure of the common structure of the cysteine. The inhibitory activity is inhibited by these two loop, the amino acid and the conservative on these two loop. So cysteine use these two loop to interact with the cysteine protease. They will interact with the active site of the cysteine protease. This is the inhibitory mechanism. So is that your question?
Yes, yes. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
I asked one more question regarding that. You talked about like parasite inhibition, parasite cysteine protease inhibition. So, like, is it possible to inhibit specifically the parasite cysteine protease without interfering with the human cysteine protease if we applied it to human?
Yes. We can use the cysteine to inhibit the parasite, because the parasite also use cysteine protease to digest the food. So we can use cysteine as the medicament or as the food to inhibit the parasite growth. It's a very interesting topic.
What do you think, how we can avoid the inhibition of human cysteine protease if we use it as a treatment? Like, we have devised a cysteine which will inhibit the parasite, but most probably parasite cysteine protease and human are most probably same, I think, in terms of structure.
Yes. Why the cysteine will not inhibit human cysteine? Because human cysteine are usually in the plasma. So we usually don't use cysteine protease to digest the food. So if we use cysteine to inhibit parasite, the human cysteine protease will not be affected.
Okay, thank you. And so it means that it can be used in digestive system, but not in the blood or something like that. Like,
yes, in the digestive system.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank
Very
you.
nice presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Douglas. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Raman Krishnamurthy to hand over the session. And I will invite oral presentations one by one. And there are many presentations are in line. So we are going to provide you only 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I will give you one warning. And after 6 minutes, strictly we stop the presentation. So kindly summarize your points within that last 1 minute. So I request Professor Krishnamurthy that kindly continue with oral presentations.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paravia and Dr. Praveen Dungra. And let us quickly start our presentation. We have about 13 participants waiting. And now let us go with the first participant, whose name is Shakti. Shakti is going to present a comparative analysis of cow urine of some of the bread thing, and then nutritional aspect and the therapeutic importance. So now let us start the presentation one from Shakti. Please start. Your time is up now.
Namaste, sir. Can you hear me?
Shakti? Shakti
yes, sir.
is
Can you hear me, sir? Hello.
Shakti is available. You can start your presentation.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I am hearing.
Okay, sir. I'm sharing my screen now.
Yes.
Can you see my screen, sir?
Yes, yeah, I am able to see. Please start.
Okay, sir. So my topic is comparative analysis of cow urine of Cockroach breed, that is our native breed, and Holstein Friesian, that is an exotic breed of cow, and Godhan Arg, that is cow urine distillate available in the market. And my purpose is to evaluate it as far as possible, to evaluate its nutritional and therapeutic value. So what are the components that are there in the cow urine that make it a medicine? So we know that cow is considered sacred in India and since Vedic time, and cow urine is used as a medicine from the time immemorial. It is useful in treating the kapha dosha and vata roga according to Ayurveda. So I have selected these three. You can see on the screen, this is the first one is a Cockroach breed of cow that is native to Cockroach area, but now available in almost all the Gujarat. The second one is HF breed of cow, that is Holstein Friesian, that is an exotic breed. And the third one is Godhan Arg, that is available in the market because in an urban area you cannot get fresh cow urine. So the current study will help us to evaluate the components of cow urine of native breed as well as exotic breed. So we will have a comparative data. So I will not focus more on it, and I will move to material and method. So I have selected Cockroach plus HF and distillate of cow urine. Number of 3 cows have been selected from each breed, and 3 times all the tests are done. So replication was 3 times. Statistical analysis was done by one-way ANOVA. And these are the methods that I have written. For example, alkaline and acid phosphatase was measured by King's method. LDH was measured by SCE method by Kitt. Total protein by Lowry. Vitamin C by titration method. Total phenol was estimated by Malik, the method given by Malik. Total free amino acids were measured by Takahashi, method given by Takahashi by ninhydrin reagent. Amylase activity, total carbohydrate, total nitrogen, all were estimated by using these different methods. So I am not discussing too much about it. I am moving to the next slide. pH, electrical conductivity and elemental analysis was done by inductive coupled plasma. So these are my results, sir. So first one is alkaline phosphatase activity. It was present in Kankrej and HF both urine. Here I have also included the sample of Gir cow urine because I am also working on that. You can see that alkaline phosphatase activity was not present in the cow urine distillate. It was present in all other 3 samples. Then acid phosphatase activity was found to be highest in the HF, but was not present in the Godan arc, that is cow urine distillate. Now LDH activity was also not present in the Godan arc, but was present in all the 3 different samples. Total protein content, that was highest in the HF and was considerable in Gir and Kankrej urine also, and total protein was also present in the Godan arc. Vitamin C estimation was done, ascorbic acid was measured, and you can see it was present in 3 different samples but was absent in the Godan arc. Total phenol was measured in all the samples. It was present in all the samples. We know that total phenol is an antioxidant, and it was highest in the HF urine, but it was also considerably present in all other samples. See, in the box given below, I have also shown the source of variation by one-way ANOVA. So free amino acids were measured, and that was found to be highest in the cow urine distillate and was also present in all other samples. Amylase activity, because these enzymes are not present in the Godan arc, it was 0, but it was present in considerable amount in all the other samples. Then total carbohydrate content was measured. You can see the units are also described above, that is gram per 100 ml. That was carbohydrate were present in all the samples, but
your 5 minutes is over. Please conclude in 1 minute.
Okay, sir. So these are the different measurements I have done. Glucose was absent, triglyceride absent, pH was measured, electrical conductivity, and these are the 10 elements that were present in all the samples. So we can conclude that as a therapeutic agent, there are so many of the things that are present in the cow urine, that is protein, carbohydrate, vitamins, and elements were also there. Some trace elements were also there, but the further study is required to understand which sample is more potent to treat which kind of diseases. And one more thing is to mention that the pH of HF cow urine was acidic and pH of all other cow urine was alkaline. So further study can tell us whether which one is more potent as a medicine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to announce another participant. I request Dr. Krishnamurthy that kindly welcome the next participant.
Biomaterial for wastewater treatment. Vaishali, your time is up. Please start. Vaishali? Vaishali is here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you start. Your time is up now.
Okay, thank you. Hello, sir.
Yes. Yes.
Screen is visible or not?
No, your PowerPoint is not appearing on a screen.
Hello.
Yes.
But your voice
Screen is visible or not?
no, not visible.
Okay, thank you. Hello, sir. Coagulation kinetics. Introduction. We all know that for wastewater.
No, your PowerPoint is not. We are not able to see your PowerPoint.
Okay.
On your PowerPoint.
Hello.
Yes, your voice is audible, but nothing is appearing on a screen.
Okay, I will try.
Just double click. The message is coming on a screen that you should double click on a screen. Please double click. Don't share your screen, just share your PowerPoint presentation. Hello, are you able to hear me?
Now visible screen.
We are running very short of time and your time is already passing. Kindly take help of someone. Okay, fine,
Yes.
continue. Huh?
Yeah, continue.
Hello.
Yes, please continue. We are able to see your presentation.
Thank you, sir. We all know that for waste, there are different methods for wastewater purification, like physical treatment, chemical and
Not coming.
cost इफेक्टिव हो सकती है.
Hello, your voice is not audible.
Dr. Krishnamurthy, I think we should give a chance to this candidate in last. We may continue with our next candidate.
Yes, let us go to next one.
Thank you, sir.
Next one is Tarla, screening and evaluation of secondary metabolites and antimicrobial activity of saline and non-saline aloe vera plant. Okay, then your time is up. Tarla, you start.
Tarla Chudasama, are you there? Sir, I request you to announce another next speaker. Krishnamurthy, sir, kindly announce the name of a next speaker. The next speaker is Janki. Yes, sir. Please kindly announce the name of a next speaker.
Yeah, next speaker is Janki. The use of alternanthera extract on plant pathogenic effect and it's a growth promoting activity also. Janki, you can start now.
Okay, sir. Hope my screen is visible to you.
Yeah, it is visible.
Yes,
you can start.
Yes, please.
Okay. So I'm presenting on the use of Alternanthera sessalis extract. Actually, this plant is a weed, and we aim to use this plant for the biocontrol of a pathogenic organism, Fusarium oxysporum, and that too, which is infecting 4 different plant species. So the aim was that if we use this plant as a biocontrol agent, many purposes would be solved. Like we would be using the weeds which are generally thrown away, and the weeds are harmful for the crop plants as they utilize the nutrients very fast. So it is a very good alternative if we can use this weeds, which is waste, to develop a biocontrol agent. But again, when it is used as a biocontrol agent, we also need to check whether it is not affecting negatively to the crop plants. The reason is that weeds produce a lot of allelochemicals which can be harmful to the plants. So our aim was to check the plant growth promoting activity as well as the biocontrol activity of the Alternanthera sessalis weed, which is also known as joywood. So As such, also this weed has many applications, like it is used as antimicrobial agent, it is used as insect repellent, it is also used as blood purifier. So we thought to use it as a biocontrol agent for the pathogen Fusarium oxysporum. So these are the 4 pathogens which we have used. It is the pathogen for the cowpea, soybean, chickpea, and pearl millet. As such, microbial biocontrol agents are widely available, but the weed which we are using and the extract which we have made, it is water-based extract. So the purpose was, if the water-based extract is used, then it can be easily prepared by the farmers if we get some positive results. So this was the workflow, like the extract was prepared and the antifungal activity was checked in vitro, as well as the pot studies were also done to confirm the results. So this were the extract which we prepared, 5, 10, 15, 20. The dry and the fresh extract were prepared by taking the plant leaves and crushing and then filtering. So what we observed is, if you see the effect of the fresh extract, 5% extract on the 4 pathogens, is compared to control, everywhere the mycelial mat weight in the broth was reducing. 10% also, if we compare it with the control, the mycelial mat weight is reducing. Same is the case with the 15% and the 20%. So this we confirmed, like visibly also. That was the quantitative assay. Visibly, if we see in the control, we can see a white mat, and as the concentration of extract is increasing, we see that mat is not as complete as it is in the control. So it is indicating that yes, our extract is able to control the Fusarium growth. So same was the case with the different pathogens, and for the dry extract we directly use 20%, and here also we can see almost 50% reduction in the mycelial growth. So this proved that in the lab it is able to control the pathogen. Now again it is showing that what is happening, the reduction in the growth of the mat. It is clearly visible as compared to control. And then what we have seen, we found that we wanted to see what was the effect on the growth. So we found that 20% extract had the maximum growth. So with increase in the concentration of extract, growth was also increasing. So that was the results which were good for us, and we thought that no negative effects were there. Then the fresh extract also, we found that 15% was more effective. So this here also from the pictures, dry extract and fresh extract, we can see with increasing concentration, there is increase in the growth, increase in the lateral roots. So there is something in the plant which is the extract which is promoting the growth. But then we wanted to see in the presence of the pathogen, and what we found was that 15% could increase the maximum length in presence of pathogen, and the fresh weight was more in both the condition as compared to the control. So in presence of pathogen also, in presence of pathogen also, this extract was effective and it could protect the plant as compared to control. If we see over here, there is increase in the growth. So same, here it is the fresh extract. So here we found that 15% extract of the weed was more effective. And these are the photographs indicating the same results, wherein we found that 20% had more lateral root growth as compared to the Fusarium. No doubt this is the Fusarium and it is going to affect the plant negatively, but in presence of Fusarium, with extract, it could grow very nicely. So we found that it is effective. So we conclude that yes, we can use Sesame extract for the control of the pathogen, as well as we can use it for the growth. And we can develop the biocontrol agent, which will not only protect the plant, but which will also promote the growth. And then we can use the weed. We found one more application of the weed, which could be helpful for protecting the earth and controlling the pollution. And the process of identifying the antifungal compound is under the process. It is sent for the MS, and we expect to get the results soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Janki. I would like to know that particular pathogen organism, have you isolated in your lab or have you ordered from culture collection center?
It is ordered from Culture Collection Center. Standard
Okay.
cultures we have procured.
Very nice work, Dr. Janki. Now I
Thank you,
would
sir.
like to request our chairman that kindly announce the next speaker.
Yeah, we will go to next, and the next speaker is speaker number 5. Effect of gliding material on greenhouse on broccoli. And your time is up. Now you can go.
Good afternoon.
Yes, proceed.
I'm trying to upload my.
Yes.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. You can go.
Okay, sir. I am a PhD scholar at Defense Institute of High Altitude Research, Leh, and I work as a PhD research fellow in the horticulture department. And our work was based on cultivation of fresh broccoli during the sub-zero temperature of winter in Ladakh. As the temperature is one of the main condition that influence the plant growth and productivity, but the production of vegetable crop in high mountain region here in Ladakh with a very rough topography with an average altitude of 3,000 meters above sea level is impossible during the sub-zero temperature. And we choose 2 varieties of broccoli and 2 transplantation dates, that is 8 September and 8 October in the 2020 year. Optimum temperature for broccoli to initiate spare formation is about 15 to 20 degrees Celsius, and the optimum heat unit requirement is said to be 600 to 110. As a brief literature review, models predict that broccoli crop allow growers to maintain an appropriate temperature, and broccoli has been reported to have a facultative or vernalization response to initiate the spare formation. And the duration of the heat induction phase range from 600 to 110 degrees Celsius of growing degree days. And it is a continuous challenge for growers to meet the immediate demand of broccoli due to the very sensitive or unpredictability of the crop development and head growth. And we have been observing the same in our work as well. And if I give a brief description about the experimental site here, we used 2 semi-underground trenches at the Defense Institute of High Altitude Research here in Ladakh, India. Polytrench is a rectangular trench greenhouse with this area, and it is a tunnel-shaped galvanized steel frame, and one was covered with a triple-layered polycarbonate sheet, and another one was covered with UV stabilized polyethylene sheet. And the natural ventilation occurs when the door is open, and it is a complete passive solar greenhouse. This is the one is the polytrench greenhouse covered with polycarbonate, the other one with polythene. These 2 experimental sites were chosen for the work. And the methodology, it was 2 parallel studies were conducted in the 2 greenhouses. One was transplanted on 8 September and another one on 8 October, and the temperature and other growth parameters and yield were observed. And if I show you the temperature, if we see the minimum mean temperature for the growing season of two different transplantation date, that is for the September transplantation. In the open field, the maximum was 11.7 with a standard deviation of 8.8 and minimum was -4.0. So it is impossible to grow in the outside condition. And we conducted the work in polycarbonate and polythene, and in polycarbonate it was 29 and in minimum 8.4. And in polyethylene sheet, it was maximum 28 and minimum 0.7. And for the second DOT, in open condition, the temperature is maximum is 6.1 and minimum is -9.7. And for polycarbonate, we had 27.3 of maximum and minimum 3.1. And in polyethylene, it was minimum is -4.4. So we were having kind of optimum temperature in the polycarbonate sheet. According to the acquired temperature, it is for initiate spare in Fiesta in polycarbonate. Date was 211. And KTS it was 411, and for second it is 15/1 and 12 January 2021. So it means if we say in the terms of days, spare initiation for Fiesta was 56, and in polythene it was 75 for the head initiation.
I request you to kindly summarize in 1 minute. Your time is about to over.
Okay, so if I say at the last, what we found was we found freshly marketable broccoli in the polycarbonate sheet, and in polythene it was called damaged. And this is the Fiesta variety, and this is the KTS variety. And within these two varieties, Fiesta performed well, and the yield for the Fiesta was 403 gram, and for KTS it was 169 gram. And for the second transplantation that was done on in October, all the plant went into non-commercial state. That is, a lot of physiological disorders were observed in the late transplantation, like blindness and premature bolting, and premature bolting and burdening, like that. And from this work, we have concluded that in Ladakh region, to have fresh broccoli during the sub-zero temperature, we have recommended this polycarbonate sheet for production of fresh broccoli during the winter, and we recommend early September transplantation for proper head development of the crop for fresh consumption during the sub-zero temperature in winter, or for the market supply.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to ask one question. How many number of plants you have included in this study?
Sir, there were 18 plants per plot, and the spacing was 35 into 35.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes,
thank you very much. I request Dr. Krishnamurthy that kindly announce the next presenter.
Yeah, next presenter is on Bigna radiata. Megha, are you ready? You can start now.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Sir, visible my screen?
Yeah, it is visible. Go ahead.
Okay, yes, thank you, sir. Some type in a salty water, and it is very applicable for this in field work. They are classified in 3 groups: is red algae, brown algae, and green algae. They also many source of this is mineral, vitamins, fatty acids, free amino acids, many enzymes activities increasable. In a recent in a market, CBD extract is known and popular. It is soluble, non-toxic, and non-polluted. This is a contribute to the uptake of the more nutrients from this soil. So many researchers are proved that seaweed extract is a better for the field and nutrient uptake of the soil, and the vegetables are is a highly survival rate. So that is I was prepared the extract in a Voslesser method 75, and this extract I was considered as 100%, and 6 different concentration of this solution. The standard extract is 0.2%, 0.5, 0.7, 1, 1.5, and 2%, and as well as control is a non-treatment plants. I was collect the green gram seed in the Vasundhara Agro Agency, Bhavnagar. Priming method in this experiment is one is a hydroprime soaked in seeds in water, and in bioprime to the 6 different concentrations. I was deep and pre-soaked and then applied in the petri dishes, and I calculate the seed germination parameters and also calculate the growth parameters in field trial. This is my result. In average, percentage germination in all of the time periods is highest in 1%. It is 86.66% in overall this control in 80% germination. So is a very high level. This 1% seed vigor index is also increased in this concentration compared to control plants. That is mentioned in my table. In a control plant, only 1.00 vigor index is observed. In other 6 concentrations is very highly increased in concentration, especially 0.2% and 1.5% is a very increase in seed vigor index and moisture index. Moisture percentage is a requirement. This is my after 40, 50, and 60 days in a field trial. I was this experiment in 3 replicates, and I find that this 0.2% in 3 hours is a major leaf area I was observed, and the plant of the height is increased. Number of leaves per plant is was I observed the storage of the and the quality of the seed is better for this control plant, and so many technique for this shelf life and the preservation of the seed is very better for this control plant to compare to concentration is better for that. Is my picture for this field experiment, guys, and I shown in the laboratory. So this is the fact that the control plant to overall treatment plant is a very much higher percentage rate, survival rate. Also seeds was good, and this survival rate plus as well root mass is also improved, and leaf area chlorophyll content was also improved for this experiment. I conclude that the seaweed liquid fertilizer is in this prepare. This Corolina batroi seaweed extract was used in a red seaweed. So that is a conclude that the aspect of germination and growth, others in 2% in 5 hours and 1.5% in 12 hours enhance the percentage and seedling the rate emergence and faster growth and shoot growth. Lower concentration found to be better result in a field trial, and the higher concentration is better for the seed germination. But this field trial is useful for this farmer and future recommendations. So I will go for this higher concentration. And the possibility of the existence of mineral is the polysaccharides in algal extract, oxalate, other enzymes, hormones activities. So that is responsible for the effect of the growth parameters. Further studies are needed to understand and mechanism involved in the such growth stimulation caused by the seaweed extracts. So I will go further study in the chemical analysis and hormone extract. So that is concluded that.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I would like to ask some questions that you have just take a trial on seed germination, not for that particular yield of a product.
No, I tried the yield of the product in my garden. So that is the result.
But yield means in the terms of means this you have taken just a pilot study, not exactly in a farmer's field.
No, I just study in a morphological characters, but is chemical analysis so further useful for this farmer, which concentration is better for this plant and that is not harmful for the human beings eaten by.
And what is the area of your plot?
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Please repeat.
What is the area of your plot, your garden area, where you have did that?
My house, sir.
Is
I
it
was
done
what
a-
method use?
Is it done a part study or a plot study, Mega?
Yes, sir. Huh?
Did you do with a part study or a plot study, field study?
A field study, sir.
It is a field study.
Field study.
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir. It is a field study, and Petri dishes is a laboratory study.
Okay, okay. In the field, what is the plant spacing you kept? Field study में आप plant to plant spacing कितना लगाए? What is the plant spacing?
Okay, it is a 5 centimeters, sir.
5 centimeter.
Yes, sir.
5 centimeter too small. You
Yes,
cannot
sir, too
grow.
small.
You cannot grow Vigna radiata in 5 centimeter spacing. It is too small.
But sir,
two plants will grow. Shoot system of two plants will mix together.
No,
Where
sir,
is the space?
I have
5
seen this
centimeter
not
too
mixed
small.
for this plant. I have in 40 centimeters pot in I potted the plants in 10 replicates. It's 10 plants and till the
No, it is better you refer some recommended spacing for Vigna radiata.
Means you have took in pot or directly in a farmer's field in a big area.
Yes.
Because we recommend that you should go for a farmer's field in a big area, and you should try to evaluate that whether whether it has up to which level have to germinate the plant, and is there have any positive effect on final yield. Okay,
Yes.
so the
Yes.
study must be included entire season. So then
Yes.
you can take a judgment that whether it is a commercially viable or not.
Yes. Thank you for your suggestion, sir. I will apply that.
Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you. We will go for next presenter. Presenter 7. Presenter 7 is here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you can go ahead.
I'm Dr. Nishi Sevak.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, yes, it is visible. Go ahead.
Okay, my work is isolation and identification of bacterial microflora from honeybee gastrointestinal tract. It's a brood and soil samples, which was done in Prayagraj district. Now, honeybees, they are social insects and they are very, very economically important, and they have successfully colonized themselves in numerous ecosystems all over the world. And they contribute to the production of many valuable commercial products. We all know that. Apart from this, they are very important pollinators of economically important crops and wild flora as well. So they are also vital for the preservation of ecosystem as well. Now, if we talk about the different types of microorganisms and their association with the honeybees, there is a complex interaction of the microorganisms with the environment. And when we talk about the honeybee gut microflora, these honeybee are said to harbor a specialized gut community that has been recognized to play a very useful role in bee health, fitness, metabolism. They also play an important role in the honey, which is an important produce of honeybees, and also they affect the humans also, because they are colonizing different types of microorganisms which are actually playing a symbiotic relationship, where they are playing a symbiotic role with the gut of honeybee. So they are impacting various aspects of life. And the different agents of life. So here, that means there is a firm relationship between the gastrointestinal microflora balance and the health status of the host and the humans and the produce and so many things. But at the same time, we can also see that there is a decline in the population of the honeybees, which might be due to some pathogenic bacteria. When we are talking about this symbiotic relationship, there can be a positive symbiosis, there can be a negative symbiosis, which these microflora in the gut of the honeybee, they are exhibiting. So there can be some pathogenic bacteria which can be present in the honeybee gut. So when we have explored the researchers' works on this gut microflora, we have found that very few work has been done on the gastrointestinal tract microflora of honeybees in India. And so we thought to perform a small piece of research to study the gut microflora of honeybees. So our main objective was to study the bacterial microflora of the gastrointestinal tract of winter honeybees, along with their associated samples and their symbiotic role, and the honeybees, the samples, they were collected from two very profound apiaries of Prayagraj district of Uttar Pradesh. So materials and methods, the study was conducted in the zoology department and the Center of Microbiology department of Ewing Christian College, Allahabad, that is a college of University of Allahabad. And the samples which were collected from two local apiaries of IFCO, Phulpur, Kaudat and Jhusi Chatnak, Prayagraj. The samples were the honeybees, this Apis mellifera. The live honeybees were collected, dead honeybees were collected. The gut was dissected here in the picture. We can see this is the midgut, and this the microflora from the midgut was studied. And we have also taken two more samples, the brood and the soil sample, which was related to the apiaries. So just to study their relationship and the prevalence of the microflora or the bacteria which was found in gut, whether they are present in their associated brood as well as their soil. So these two soil samples were also considered. The culture media, it was the bacteria were cultured, and neutron agar media in general was taken for culturing the bacteria. For the isolation of bacteria, serial dilution pour plate technique was performed, and for the identification of bacteria, gram staining technique was the basic technique, and some certain biochemical tests were also performed to find out the identification, to identify the bacteria. Statistically, the bacterial counts were analyzed in all these four samples from two different sites, and all the samples from two different sites were also analyzed statistically. The results which came up, it was found that this is the graph figure. Here we can see that these are the bacterial counts which were obtained from the site IFCO Kaudat, and in the live honeybee gut we can see means a huge bacterial count, 175.66 into 10 to the power 6 dilution level CFU per ml dilution we have obtained. This was highest which was found in live honeybee, and it was followed by dead honeybee. Then the brood samples, it contained lower bacterial counts, whereas soil sample, it contained higher bacterial counts. And all these samples, they were found to be significant. Statistically, they were found to be significant. And this sample dead honeybee was quite significant from the brood and the soil sample. Then in the next graph here, we can see these are the bacterial counts which were obtained from the apiary of Juicy Chatnak. And here we found comparatively a lower bacterial counts, as we like it started from 38.66 into 10 to power 6 CFU per element, and it was found in the live honeybee, and highest we found in the soil samples. Then these were the morphological and biochemical tests that were performed for the identification of bacteria, and we found 5 different bacteria, Staphylococcus aureus and Enterococcus piscilis. Pseudomonas was identified till up to the general level, Bacillus cereus and Enterobacter species. So these were the 5 bacteria we were able to identify, and further species level identification is still required in this. And here, these were the some biochemical tests that were performed for their identification. Then now these are the different 5 bacteria which were found. Staphylococcus aureus, it was present in live bee, dead bee, brood, and soil samples, which were from the apiary of Iphocaudate. And Enterobacter species was not found in the brood sample. Rest of the samples it was present. Pseudomonas species, it was found in all the samples of Iphocaudate. And Enterococcus piscilis, it was not found in the live bee, whereas Bacillus cereus, it was found almost in all the samples, but it was not there in the brood sample. So this was just the presence of these bacteria.
Madam, kindly conclude in 1 minute.
So here also we can see from Juicy Chatnak, the tick portion shows that the different bacteria, they are present in different brood samples, and they are absent in the other samples. Then we can see, I would like to conclude. Now this Staphylococcus, now it has been reported that they are the pathogenic bacteria. Now this is an important bacteria which we found in the Staphylococcus aureus, that these are the pathogenic bacteria, and they act as a human wound pathogen, which was identified in the gut of honeybee. Then Enterococcus piscilis, these are said to be a common secondary invader, which are associated with European foul brood disease, which is a honeybee. So those honeybees in which this disease is found, they are said to be a secondary invader. And they also exert, it is also reported that they also exert beneficial properties of probiotic on the honeybee. Then Pseudomonas species that was identified, this also acts as a human pathogen. And which species of Pseudomonas and which strain of Pseudomonas is acting as a human pathogen, that can be further identification can be done at the molecular level, which we are planning to do that. This was just the elementary work which we have started in India, because most of the work, only one work has been done that is found in Tamil Nadu, and that work has been done on the lactobacillus, which is found in the honeybee gut. So we are planning to study, elaborate this work more, and we are going to report this gut microflora, whether it is bacteria or the fungi and the molds from India, especially in Apis mellifera, which is a very common and domesticated honeybee. Then Bacillus cereus, it was reported that this is an enterotoxin producer, which produces bacteriotoxins, and it shows antibacterial activity. And this Enterobacter species, which still has to be identified to species level, it is also, this is an Enterobacter which produces the protease and the lipase enzyme. So our future recommendations is that further molecular identification can be done, phylogenetic tree can be prepared on that basis. The cladograms can be prepared, and especially what are the impact of these pathogenic bacteria which are found in the honeybees, whether and their strains on the honeybees, as well as the humans, and the honey, which is a very important producer of the honeybees. And we say that all these three aspects, honeybees, honey, and humans, they are associated, very closely associated with each other. And they are humans and their tools, especially in the apiaries, they are a very important source for the contamination through which the
Okay, madam. Now, thank you very much. We have
okay,
to.
I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I request Professor Krishnamurthy that kindly welcome the next speaker.
Utilization. Sena, are you here? You can start now. Okay, yeah, it is seen.
Hello, am I audible, sir? Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes,
Yes,
it is
sir.
audible. You can go.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Sana Mohammad Farooq Mistri from CG Bhakta Institute of Biotechnology, Ukadar Sadia University. My project title is Pilot Scale Study in Solid Waste Management, Characterization and Utilization of Solid Waste. Before starting with what I have done as a part of work under this title, I want to clear one thing, that I don't want to protect the environment. Rather than that, I want to create a world where we don't require to protect the environment, and protecting the environment is no more an issue. And before starting with the presentation, I would like to thank Vera South Gujarat University for organizing such a platform where we can connect through research. This is the outline for my today's presentation. Now, solid waste management is no more a topic that requires an introduction. Rather than that, all of us are aware that this is one of the problems after Corona, after any disease which we conquer, we are going to have waste management as a problem that would also require us to search with a solution. This is the hypothesis of my study. Before proceeding with the research, we had an idea that as an institute, as an academic institute, we generate a lot of waste with different varieties. Rather than throwing it away or rather than giving it for further processing, why not to manage our own waste? Because as a researcher, it is not that our research is limited to a lab, or we are creating a waste and that has to be managed by someone else. We as a researcher, it is our responsibility. It is not a big problem, but as a researcher, we must make sure that before it becomes a problem, we should try to find the alternate solution. These are the objectives of my study. We started our work with collection of waste, followed by segregation, characterization, classification, and then utilization of different types of waste based on their material characterization. So ultimately, as an academic institution, we generate maximum amount of paper waste, followed by that organic waste, that is fruit peel, and at last plastic waste. So we categorized all different types of waste, and accordingly, we decided which application we are going to use for that particular type of waste. This is the design that I planned for the institutional solid waste management. It constitutes of 3 different areas: initial arrangement, waste collection, and waste utilization. Initial arrangement was required because waste is something that consists of a lot of variety, and then segregating it manually becomes a task. If we categorize it as a 100% problem, the 50% problem is just because the waste is not collected in a segregated form. For that, we wanted that the waste has to be segregated so that we can just go for classification and utilization. For waste collection, segregation, classification, characterization, and utilization was the portion. And for utilization, I will show further how we have utilized those waste. This is the methodology that I have opted for my study. It consists of 14 different steps, and we have accomplished all 14 steps that we have planned for the study. Results achieved, starting with initial arrangement. We planned that the screen is visible.
No, it is not visible.
Is it visible now?
No.
Yes,
Yes,
it is
now.
visible.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So we were on segregation, that we tried all alternate solutions that can be used to collect the waste in a segregated form. But no, we achieved 0% result. Using different colors, different labels was not a solution to collect the waste in a segregated form. So we collected the waste in unsegregated form and then we manually did the segregation. This is material classification, what different classes we have classified the waste in. Also the material characterization, because that has to be known. This information we opted from literature survey. Solid waste generation rate. Now, if it is an issue, it has to be in a number that is a serious figure on which we should start working. So these are the results which we achieved. I carried out my study in two different durations. One was the duration from December to January, and one was from March to April. One duration was exam period and one duration was in which we were having regular classes. So in total, we generate near about 1000 kg of waste per month. Because of this particular data, it drew our attention that it has to be managed. So these are the results. You can clearly see that 3 different floors of our department, in total, we generate 1000 kg waste per month. My hypothesis was, as an educational institute, we might generate maximum amount of paper waste, and that was also proved by classifying and quantifying different types of waste that we collected. So how we managed the paper waste? We collected the waste, we shredded it manually with not using any machinery.
So, sorry to interrupt, but now kindly conclude in 1 minute.
Yes, sure. Okay, so for paper waste, we opted vermicomposting, and with the waste consists of all the nutrients which are required for a plant growth. For organic waste, that is fruit peel waste, we prepare a manure. In that also, we achieved the results that were more compared to the control soil. So these are the results. And for plastic waste, we opted the technique in which we can produce blocks from the plastic. For we are going to modify that technique in a way that the system has to be closed. There has to be no emission of gases in the environment. So future scope, as I've already prepared a fertilizer that I might commercialize based on further study on different types of plants. My fertilizer will contain 2 types of material. The manure that is prepared entirely from paper and fruit peel powder as it is will be compiled, and that is going to be my product that contains maximum amount of NPK. The fertilizer that is prepared from paper contain twice the amount of potassium compared to the normal fertilizer that is available in the market. So these are my future areas which I want to cover. Also for the fertilizer, I want to check the effect on all different regional plants so that we can strongly recommend it for as many areas possible
Madam,
of South
thank
Gujarat.
you very much.
Thank you.
Because we have a long list of another presenters. So now I would
can
like
go
to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we can go to next. Next speaker number 9. Oma can start. Your time is up.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Yes. Is it visible?
Yes, no. Yes, now it is visible.
Okay, sir. Okay. So I'm presenting on disappearing the effect of particularly induced physical and chemical mutagenesis on anti-neoplastic wind blasting biosynthesizing pathway of Catharanthus roseus. As we can see, Catharanthus roseus is very well-known ornamental plant, and from the ancient time, it is having high medicinal importance and pharmaceutical value. Catharanthus produces over 130 monoterpene indole alkaloids. Among them, very well-known are anti-cancerous vinblastine and vincristine, anti-diabetic catharanthine, and anti-hypertensive ajmalcin and serpentine. One major drawback with this plant and any other plant is these all are alkaloids in nature and particularly secondary metabolites. And as we all know that secondary metabolites are having very low plantar yield, which particularly leads researchers to find an alternative ways to produce high amount of these pharmaceutically important molecules. And majority of alternative ways are elicitation, genetic engineering, abiotic and biotic stress. Our lab has already done elicitation, genetic engineering and biotic stress, particularly on this plant. The efforts were made on present study to conclude the effect of abiotic stress on the basis of chemical mutagenesis and physical mutagenesis. This is a pathway which is enzymatically pathway of comprising of 35 to 36 enzymatically steps to produce monoterpene indole alkaloids in Catharanthus roseus. The primary pathway, two primary pathways start from MEP pathway and Sikimate pathway. MEP pathway leads to the production of particularly cyclogenin, and Sikimate pathway leads to the production of tryptamine. Now this cyclogenin and tryptamine will produce streptocidin. Streptocidin is major biomolecule in this Catharanthus roseus, as it is showing the high response to biotic stress, and paper has been already published on particular this kind of work that enlightening the title that cellular time bomb, that is streptocidin. So it is concluded that during the biotic stress conditions, this streptocidin molecule is elevated in particular plant, which cumulatively affect to the production of ajmalcin, this vincristine, vinblastine and catharanthine, which are pharmaceutically important molecule. But in present study, we have focused on the anti-neoplastic vinblastine and vincristine, and we have taken among this pathway 11 to 12 pathway genes and transcription factor to study the effect of abiotic stress. So my main methodology comprising of particularly initially collection of Catharanthus roseus seed samples and overnight soaking in water to initiate the germination. After that, induced mutation with sodium azide and ethyl methane sulfonate, which are chemical mutagenic agent, and X-ray, which is physical mutagenic agent. After that, the seeds were allowed to grow and germinate and grow, and physiomorphological observation of plants were done, following by the alkaloid estimation by HPLC, and then genetic analysis by extraction of RNA, the preparation of cDNA from that RNA, and that cDNA was subjected to real-time PCR analysis to check the gene expression and transcription factor expression in particular abiotic stress plants. So initially, if we see the chemical mutagenic methodology, so there were two chemical mutagens selected, ethyl methane sulfonate and sodium azide, both concentration ranging from 0.1 to 0.5. percentage and millimolar respectively. Particular treated seeds were then washed and allowed to germinate. Germinated plants and well-grown plants were subjected to alkaloid estimation by HPLC, chlorophyll and Rubisco estimation to check the photosynthetic activity of particular plant, and finally followed by the quantitative RT-PCR or real-time PCR analysis of pathway, rate-limiting pathway genes and transcription factor. Same way, physical mutagenic agent X-ray comprising the methodologies. Already slightly germinated plants were treated with different doses, 9 doses of X-ray, allowed to grow, and well-grown plant again was subjected to HPLC, photosynthetic activity measurement, and RT-PCR analysis. So result comprise that if we initially see the chemical mutagenic effect, we don't see major effect on particularly growth parameter, visible growth parameter, but we can see in figure number 2 that the vascular bundle of mutated plant is slightly damaged than the control plant. As we see that we know that vascular bundle is comprising of majorly xylem and phloem, and it is more important to carry out and serve the nutrition and water molecule from root all over the plant. And if that pipeline is not properly well maintained, then plant growth is easily affected. And we majorly what we have observed in flower is the control is having normal flower, which we have grown, and the rest of chemical treated plants are showing difference in flower color, ranging from dark pink center to white centered pink flower. If we see that chlorophyll estimation, obviously stress condition is there, and particularly stress condition is seen on photosynthetic activity, and photosynthetic activity is measured by chlorophyll estimation and Rubisco analysis. And obviously we have seen that control is having more photosynthetic activity in both the cases, from chlorophyll estimation also and from Rubisco analysis also, because in stress condition direct effect will be shown on growth parameter and photosynthetic activity. If we see the real-time PCR analysis of particularly these 8 genes of rate-limiting pathway of alkaloid production and ORCA and WRKI, these are transcription factor. Now, transcription factor are of 2 types, positive and negative. Positives are having those transcription factor, which upregulation of those transcription factor lead to the upregulation of particular product. And negatives are having inverse effect. If they are upregulating, then the gene was downregulating. And we can see that all of these 2 transcription factors are downregulating. So directly they are affecting these all genes, and genes are also downregulating. And if we see PRX1, which is having its own activity, not directly related to the transcription factor, which is showing opposite result to the that. Now if we see in the pathway that PRX1 gene is directly related to the production of antineoplastic compound. So instead of having down regulation of all of the gene and transcription factor in particularly chemical treated plant, PRX1, which is individually upregulating, which lead to the production of higher amount of antineoplastic drug in mutated plant compared to the control plant. And this RT-PCR data of gene expression is self-validated by the result of metabolic profiling by HPLC. And we can see that compared to the control plant, we are having more wind blasting production in both the case of sodium azide and ethyl methane sulfonate. So this is for chemical mutagenic treatment, both sodium azide and ethyl methane sulfonate. Now, if we move further for physical mutagenic treatment, which is given by X-ray, in that case also no major difference in the morphological condition. No major difference in morphological condition. In this case also, vascular bundle was slightly affected, and in morphology, visible growth condition and morphological parameters, we have observed that the leaves of plant were slightly elongated and pointed compared to the control plant, and rest of the difference we also observed in case of flowering. In that case, in physical also, if we see chlorophyll estimation and Rubisco analysis for photosynthetic activity, we have seen that control plant is having more photosynthetic activity rather than the treated plant of X-ray in all 9 treatments. Again, if we see the real-time PCR analysis, RT-PCR data of particularly pathway rate-limiting gene and transcription factor, in here, in this case of physical mutagenesis, we are observing that the control plant, compared to the control plant, all of the 9 mutated plants are showing upregulation. So which lead to the production of ultimately upregulation of particular anti-neoplastic, anti-hypertensive and anti-diabetic drug. And also these kind of RT-PCR data of physical mutagenesis also self-validate with data of metabolic profiling by HPLC. And we can see that compared to the control plant, we are having higher amount of vinblastine, pindolene, and in some case, catharanthine and ajmalcin also. So if we conclude the results of induced chemical and physical mutagenesis, in case of chemical mutagenesis, instead of the transcription factor which are down regulating, we are showing that we have seen that this PRX1 gene is up regulating, which ultimately lead to the higher production of these pharmaceutically important molecules, alkaloid. And in case of physical mutagenesis, transcription factors are also upregulating. Rest of the individual genes are also upregulating. So ultimately, we have the higher vinblastine production in physical mutagenesis also. And here we can conclude that this mutation treatment is highly useful to propose future prospect to enhance and isolate secondary metabolites, being the most valuable component of pharmaceutical industry.
Thank you very much. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Okay, I would like to request sir to please welcome the next speaker.
Yeah, we can go to next speaker, speaker number 10. So Rajesh will be talking in soils of semi-arid region regarding the nitrogen transformation. You can here you can go ahead. Rajesh, are you listening?
We may invite him in last. So, sir, kindly announce the next person's name.
Yeah, next speaker is Lavan, in vitro studies on antioxidant properties in some leaf extract, bamboo
Yes,
leaf
sir.
extract. So are you
Yes,
here?
sir.
You can go ahead. Yes.
Yes, sir. My screen is visible, sir?
Yes.
Yes, hello everyone. My study entitled In Vitro Studies on Antioxidant and Anti-Glycation Potential of Bambusa aurinaceae and Euphorbia hirta leaves extract. Okay, so my studies are based on protein glycation to inhibit protein glycation, which is related with oxidation also. So the cellular protein, they are undergo glycation reaction into which the sugar and the amino groups of the protein are interacted with each other, which is known as a Maillard reaction. And by this protein glycation, at the end, there is a formation of advanced glycation end product. So the formation of advanced glycation end product, that is take place into 3 main stages. So early stage, that is include the formation of the skiff bases, the intermediary stage, that is followed by the oxidation of Amadori product, and at last the irreversible product has been formed, which is known as advanced glycation end product AGs. Now this accumulation of AGs, that is take place into the various tissues of the body, so that can increase the oxidative stress, and it is responsible for the cellular as well as the molecular damage. And it is develop diabetic complications as well as Alzheimer's disease, cardiovascular disease, tumors, etc. So as protein glycation is a problem and related with many complications, there is a need to identify a natural AGE inhibitor so that can prevent the AGEs associated diseases. And the natural components which can be derived from plant, so they're having the potential to minimize the AGEs related complication by inhibiting the AGEs at the different stages. The objective of the current study, they are included determination of the phytochemical content from the leaves extract of Bambusa orydaceae as well as Euphorbia hirta. Then to explore the antioxidation as well as anti-glycation potential of both of this selected plant sample, and then to fractionate the crude extract by means of column chromatography, and then again identify the antioxidant and anti-glycation potential for each collected fractions. So the methodology include, first of all, the preparation of the crude extract. So I have prepared the methanolic crude extract by utilizing both of the plant sample by Soxhlet extraction method. Then I have determined the phytochemical content such as total phenolic as well as flavonoid content. In case of antioxidative potential, I have determined DPPH scavenging activity, FRAP assay, as well as the metal chelating activity for the crude extract. And at last, I have investigated the anti-glycation potential by means of 4 different assays, such as fructose amine detection, which is the early glycation indicator, protein carbonyl content, that is the indicator of the cross-linking protein, and determination of thiol group of protein basically deals with the oxidation of the protein because the oxidation which is influencing at the second stage for the formation of AGEs, and at last the protective effect of the extract, so that is determined by Congo rate binding assay. After deal with the crude extract, I have performed the bio-guided fractionation. So for that, the flow chart is given over here. So methanolic crude extract of both of the plant sample that were applied for the column chromatography, and I have separated the fraction by using the solvent with different increasing polarity order utilizing hexane, ethyl acetate, ethyl acetate, ethyl acetate methanol, and methanol. So I have collected 5 fractions. So I have named them as F5, F2, F1, F2, F3, F4, and F5. And again, I have determined the phytochemical as well as antioxidant and anti-glycation potential of each collected fractions. Okay, so these are the results of my study, the determination of phytochemicals. So all these graphs, they are representing the phenolic content as well as the flavonoid content of Bambusa as well as the Euphorbia hirta as well. So graphs are representing the amount of the phytochemicals for the crude extract as well as the 5 fractions that I have collected. Afterward, I have dealt with the antioxidative property of each fractions. So here the graph are representing the percentage scavenging activity by means of different antioxidant assays that I have already mentioned into the methodology. So here DPPH and FREP for both of the plant sample I have given over here. And this is the graph for the metal chelating activity for from all the fractions in terms of the percentage scavenging activity. So I have represented a table over here for the antioxidative assays. So the table that is representing the IC50 value for the extract. So here I have highlighted the values, IC50 values for the crude extract of both of the plant as well as each fractions. So I have noticed over here, which I have highlighted, that fraction number 3, which is ethyl acetate fraction. So that is showing comparatively good IC50 value compared to the other fractions that I have collected. So after this antioxidative study, I have moved toward for the anti-glycation potential for each collected fractions. So I have mentioned the percentage inhibition for a fructose amine level protein carbonyl content over here into this graph. And in this
Sorry
graph,
to interrupt, but kindly conclude in 1 minute.
okay, sir. So this table that representing the anti-glycation potential of my samples, all 5 crude extract as well as all 5 fractions as well as the crude extract. So here I have also noticed that the same fraction number 3, that is giving me very good result into the anti-glycation, antioxidant potential, that is giving a very good result for anti-glycation potential as well. So I have mentioned the IC50 values over here. So you can see for both of the plant sample, fraction number 3 that is highlighted over here, showing the potent anti-glycation potential. As well as at the last, I have mentioned AG, that is aminoguanidine, which I have taken as a standard, which is a synthetic inhibitor for the protein glycation. And at the end, I have concluded that my current study, which is deals with the methanolic crude extract, as well as the fractions of both of the collected sample. So my fraction number 3, ethyl acetate fraction, that is showing the most potent antioxidant as well as anti-glycation activity, as it is significantly decrease the glycation parameters, which I have discussed. And I have concluded that both of my samples, the fractions basically, so they are
Madam,
utilized as
very good.
therapeutic.
Your work is very nice. On the contrary, I would like to invite some of the questions because I really like your work. If somebody
Yes,
want to ask or interact some questions, I would like to open that session. Okay, if there are no questions,
From
I request.
audience?
Yes, please.
Any question from audience? I have a question. Which plant you will recommend? Bamboo or Euphorbia grita? Which one?
Sir, from current study,
Because in both extract one fraction you got good result.
yes, but
right?
comparatively, I can say that Bambusa orandaceae, that is potent for both of antioxidant and anti-glycation in compared to Euphorbia hita. But sir, the further study that are needed for the isolation as well as identification for the components.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Now let us, can we move to next speaker?
Sure,
next
sir,
presenter.
Sure.
Okay. Next presenter is, yes, next presenter is here. Presenter 12. Are you here? Jai, are you here? You can go ahead.
Ask question, sir.
Yes, Jai is here.
Not audible, sir.
No, I am hearing what you are speaking, but your slide is not seen.
Yes, sir.
Is there any problem, Mr. Jai Pandey? Hello, are you able to listen us, Mr. Jai? Mr. Jai, are you able to listen us?
Can we go to next speaker?
Sure, sir. Please continue with the next speaker.
Because we can go to speaker number 13. Chitosan. regarding on chitosan in germinating seeds. Okay. The speaker number 13, Dr. Bhatt. Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, all of you. Sir, my slides are visible. Am I audible?
Yes, it is visible. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Just a minute, sir. So good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Dr. Dipesh Bhatt. Our presentation title for today would be Chitosan priming enhances seed germination, seedling growth, and also helps in mitigating the allelopathic effect by a weed, which is Chenopodium album. So environmental stress. So various environmental vagaries and extremities like abiotic stress, like extreme temperature, water extremities, salinity, sodicity, they all are hampering the seed germination. Mostly they hamper the seed germination, and any loss in seed germination mostly reflects to the reduced yield of translation. And in the past, various seed priming approaches, like treating them with some hormones, some chemical and other, they are known to improve the seed germination. And further deteriorating the things, the allelopathic effects, the plants which have those effects do not allow any other peripheral plants to grow properly in the condition, like they can compete for the nutrient, they compete for other space, sunlight, and various other things. So they do it by just releasing some sort of allelochemicals for the other peripheral plants. These allelochemicals which they secrete are sometimes also used as watery extract for making of herbicides. To cope up the situation, the seed priming, which is mostly utilized to for soaking the seeds in that particular chemical, like chitosan was used, and chitosan is a very large cationic polysaccharide, which is non-toxic, biodegradable, and environmental friendly. And mostly it was chosen, the rationale of the study was that to utilize this as a bio-waste from lots of that marine environment, prawns, shrimp and all, so it must be utilized. And various other reports in the past also say that chitosan are used for seed priming for various environmental stresses like abiotic stress, like cold, and other reports are there. But very few reports suggest the allelopathic effect, to mitigate the allelopathic effect. So very few reports were there. So the objective of our study was to determine the effect of this chitosan priming in mitigating the allelopathic effect of this Chenopodium album water extract in 7-day-old primed seeds and non-primed seeds of maize seedling. Now, in the seed priming, the method utilized was the seeds were initially washed and soaked into this chitosan, and then the chitosan was initially prepared in 0.5% acetic acid at pH 6.5. After priming, we dried them, and after washing for 2-3 times, they were again re-dried and were making into the normal original weight for further experimentation. Water extract of Chenopodium was prepared by just drying them in oven, the leaf part, the powdery part, and which was grounded again, and that was mixed in distilled water, then centrifuged, and that extract was considered as 100% extract, which was stored at 4 degrees for further subsequent use. The results obtained, so in this first graph, we can see that first one is the blue one is the water treated seeds. The second orange one shows the primed seeds. So the primed seed, water treated seeds were taken as a control. The acetic acid again were taken as a control. 0.2% and 0.3% chitosan was used as a treatment. So in germination percentage, we can say that it is very much clearly evident that 60% enhancement in the germination, which was shown by 0.2% of the chitosan, which was followed by around 40% germination in 0.3 chitosan. The germination energy, which is obtained as a parameter after 72 hours of germination, which was shown that 55% enhancement as compared to the water and Chenopodium extract was recorded in the 0.2% treated chitosan seedlings. So moving on to the next result, these were the physiological parameters like root length and shoot length. So we started with the germination of the seed, which were again primed seed, and they were treated with again acetic acid as a control, water as a control, and 0.2 and 0.3% chitosan primed seedling. Here in shoot length, 45% enhancement as compared to the water and Chenopodium extract was recorded, which was again followed a similar trend in the root length. where a 49% around enhancement was recorded. So this clearly shows that the primed seed, the chitosan primed seed, are performing better as compared to the non-primed or the water controlled seeds, as well as in the condition like with water, as well as with the Chenopodium extract. Then this few stress markers are analyzed like proline, MD, and H2O2. So these overall markers are known to known stress markers. So only proline is a osmolyte, where we can say a reduced stature of proline. We can say that the plant is elevating this stress as better as compared to the stress plant, where there is a high content of proline which was observed. So in this, we can say that a 26% reduction in the proline content was observed in 0.2% chitosan, followed by around 36% reduction in 0.3% chitosan. So 0.2% was showing, and 0.3% was also showing a decline in the content of proline, suggesting that a relative lower oxidative stress in chitosan primed seedlings, seeds. Then MDA again is a parameter like malondialdehyde. So it's lipid peroxidation membrane damage index, which again shows that 0.2% chitosan, there was relatively, it was not a significant change which we monitored. Rather, in acetic acid and 0.3% chitosan, the level of MDA was going quite far. So, but in 0.2% chitosan, relatively lower, non-significant change is there, but relatively lower content of MDA was recorded in the 0.2% chitosan seedling. Similarly, the H2O2 again was found to be on a lower side on 0.2% chitosan primed seedling, and an enzyme which was known to degrade H2O2, the antioxidant enzyme catalase, was again found to be in a lower concentration, found to be in a lower activity in 0.2% primed seedling when they were treated with chitosan. This was a preliminary study done. The conclusions were the seed priming with chitosan was very efficient, and it was efficiently mitigating the damaging effect which was done by the allelochemicals secreted by this Chenopodium weed, and this was done in maize seedlings. Second, 0.2% chitosan primed seed exhibited improved growth parameters as recorded by all our results and showed relatively lower oxidative damage. So we are currently, what we are doing, we are future work is the nano priming, that we are trying to bind in a matrix of chitosan various metal oxide nanoparticles and checking their effect on seed germination. And secondly, we are also checking the alteration in secondary metabolite because of these nano primed or chitosan matrix primed nanoparticles. So this is the recent publication which we have done in the chitosan zinc oxidative stress sustenance in tobacco. So future again, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any question from audience?
Yeah, I think there is no question. There are some. There is no question.
Yes,
there are
sir.
some. Again, speaker. Who was left out, we can try again.
Yes, sir.
Try.
There were 4 speakers.
Yeah. 4 speakers, 2 and 3.
Yes.
We will let us go from the beginning.
Yes, sir.
And 2. So Vaishali is left out. Vaishali is here around. You can try now.
Vaishali Varsani, are you there? Kindly response. Vaishali Varsani, are you there?
Can you go to next? I think no response.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Number 3, Tarla. Pseudosoma is here.
Yes,
Number
sir. I am
3.
audible. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
please.
Yes, I am audible. You can try.
Sir, possible?
Yes, please continue.
Yes.
Okay, sir. I Tarla Chudasama, PhD scholar from Department Sciences, Bhakt Kavi Narsi Mehta University, Junagadh. My topic is solution of secondary metabolites and microbial activity of saline and non-saline plant. Okay, so I will start with the direct methodology. Sample collection. Aloe vera plant was saline and non-saline both the areas, and the preparation of plant extraform and aqueous extract in oxalate apparatus, and the antimicrobial activity fresh gel in aloe vera plant and formulated gel in aloe. Qualitative analysis, detection of active phytochemical constitute was from all the extract using a standard procedure, and the quantitative analysis in the carbohydrate determined by phenolic sulfuric acid, protein was determined by Pauling-Lowry method, and the carbohydrate was and sugar was determined by Cupric method, and the antimicrobial activity was determined by agar disk diffusion method in the both gram positive and gram negative bacteria. Result. Table 1 is phytochemical analysis of aloe vera gel of saline and non-saline. In the qualitative phytochemical study, fresh formulated aloe vera gel in different saline and non-saline region in different qualitative tests were performed for some major group of phytochemical constitute. In this analysis, aloe vera gel showed the presence of this group of phytochemical constitute like protein, flavonoids, total carbohydrate, and tannins. From the result, it was revealed no major difference showed in phytochemical analysis of both the area, saline and non-saline area. Second table is quantitative phytochemical analysis and formulated aloe vera gel in saline region. There were several forms of aloe vera gel like lipolite powder, pure gel, and formulation available in commercially. In quantitative analysis of phytocompounds in different forms of aloe vera gel showed that the both formulated aloe vera gel in the highest amount was rate, which was 41.42% in formulated. The lowest amount was found in non-reducing sugar, which was 0.60 fresh aloe vera gel. From the present result, it was clear amount of phytocompound were found in formulated aloe vera gel. Fresh gel. The quantitative analysis of plant is commercially important, being a great interest of pharmaceutical food industries. Table 3 is activity. The result revealed the microbial activity of aloe vera gel against bacteria Staphylococcus and Escherichia coli. It was revealed that the maximum zone of inhibition was found against inhibition of fresh aloe vera gel of the non-saline area against the Staphylococcus aureus, which was 11.33 mm. Maximum zone of inhibition was found against the zone of inhibition of fresh of saline area against the Staphylococcus aureus, which was 5 mm. From the result, it was revealed fresh gel of the non-saline area showed the higher zone of inhibition of organism, which is Staphylococcus aureus and Escherichia coli. Conclusion: thus the study yellow barbet sample were conducted that the large-scale antibiotic resistance area was becoming an interesting public health concern, and the new antibacterial agent on aloe vera plant, along with a compound with a promising antibacterial could be used an alternative herbal remedy. The non-saline are higher effective against several skin disease comparison to aloe vera plant. Significance. This study discovered the medicinal value of aloe vera plant. It can be amount of secondary metabolites and antimicrobial in aloe vera plant that can be beneficial for medicinal uses for aloe vera plant, as well as sir, I'm audible or no?
Done?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. So help the researchers to uncover the critical areas of saline and aloe vera plant chemical constitute and their different condition that many researchers were not able to. This is the references, and this is the plate of antimicrobial against this Staphylococcus aureus and Escherichia coli in the both region aloe vera and non saline plant. Thank you.
Yeah, we can have a question from audience. One question.
Any question from audience? I would like to suggest that
yes, sir.
If possible, to incorporate MIC value. Okay, only inhibition is a good,
MIC
but if
value,
you can MIC, if you can proceed for MIC value, that would be better at a time of publication. Okay,
Yes,
that's,
sir.
That's
Yes. Sir.
Okay, sir. Now still there are two another speakers which were not there.
Yeah, we can go. There is a one speaker left out. Speaker number 10.
Yes, sir.
Are you here?
Rajesh Chaudhary and
Yes.
Jay Pandya.
Yes. Rajesh is here. We are giving you another chance. Are you here? If you are here, you say yes.
I think so. Rajesh Chaudhary is absent. Jay Pandya is there.
Next is 12. Next is 12. Jay is here.
Jay Pandya, are you able to listen us? I think so. He is also absent. Thank you very much, Dr. Subramaniam, to attend our invitation. I am also thankful for all the participants. All of your presentations are very good. Now our next plenary session will be at sharp 3:20 p.m. So we will take a short break. Meanwhile, you can utilize the same link to join our next session that will start at 3:20 p.m. sharp. So once again, thank you very much, Dr. Subramanian. Yes,
Yeah.
we may take a.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining. Yeah, thank you very much for your invitation also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, Ken. Okay, right.
Okay. First, I would like to talk a bit about. I would like to introduce ourselves. Yeah, I'm from Universitas Mataram or Mataram University of Mataram. Now I will be talking about Mycobacterium tuberculosis phosphatases and their roles in the latent tuberculosis infection. And then in a minor part of my speech, I will talk a bit about the rest of our present research, which is different from the Mycobacterium phosphatases. So I switch. Well, I check on the map that VNSGU or Surat is located around Mumbai, and we are here in the small island next to Bali Island. It's called Lombok Island, yeah. With an inhabitant of about 4 million people. And if you look at the map closer, we have a big mountain here, who was erupted cover in the year of 1257, and it was recorded as the biggest eruption within the last 7,000 years. And the effect was recorded until North and South Fold, and it was evident that there's a mass graveyard in London, and it was thought that this caused by this eruption of this mountain called Rinjani Mountain. We have two peaks here. One peak is still there, and one peak, when erupted, and blow up all materials, and it leave a lake here called Sagara Anak Lake. And in the southern part of our island is famous with tourism. And next year we will host a MotoGP, which is very popular in our country. And this is the view of Lake Sagara Anak from the mountain, which is very popular among hikers. And another view of our island. And well, I come across to read Vir Narmat, and I took a look what Narmat actually means, but I come to a very famous poet from Gujarat, Vir Narmat, and we have also a park, a royal park in the island called the Narmada Park. I don't know, because our island was in some decades ago, or within the last centuries, was dominated by a king from Bali Island, which was a Hindu kingdom. Yeah, and he built this park. We call it the Narmada Park. Yeah. And then this is the view of our main building in our university. We are now a complete university. It consists of 10 faculties, from law to science and medicine. We have more than 30,000 students, 33 departments, and 1,200 faculties. Now, in the first part of my talk, I will be talking about Mycobacterium tuberculosis, the causative agent of TB or tuberculosis. It is known that this bacteria is guilty for 10 million new active cases annually, and among that, 1.7 million are okay. There are 1.7 million casualties annually, dependently or in collaboration with co-infection with HIV or AIDS, and they develop themselves to become MDR or XDR, and the WHO estimate that 1/4 of the population are latently infected by this bacteria. And we all know that prevention for tuberculosis has already long time established through vaccination. And to date, we are aware that BCG is the only vaccination available or recognized in the whole world. And the problem is this vaccination is only effective for children, and at the later stage, the adults are still susceptible for infection. And the battlefront for tuberculosis is not only that, but the challenge still is that we have to find new vaccines. We know that 10 or more vaccine candidates are now being developed. And it's also important to find new drugs against TB, and especially new drugs against MDR or XDR TB. And I especially interested in the latent TB infection. Yeah. And of course, we are at the pandemic. We are also still thinking of the effect of the pandemic into the tuberculosis as well. Okay, latent tuberculosis infection, or LTBI, is still a global problem. As I said, 1/4 of population are infected with LTBI, or latent tuberculosis infection, and TB is still top 10 causes of death globally. And from the people, the whole people infected latently with tuberculosis, 10% are very potentially develop active TB cases. So 1 from 1/4 of population will develop active TB in the later stage of his or her life. And most people with latent tuberculosis infection are not aware of the danger that may have already quite settled in them. We don't know if you are really infected or not, and many of us are not aware about this infection. And the risk of active TB development is increasing with several factors. Here we can see that those under 5 years old have increased risk. Living with person with active TB also increase the risk to develop active TB by this factor. And the risk is also dramatically increased with this kind of community, living with HIV infected people. And of course, if for those with immunosuppressed immunity condition, get more risk to develop active tuberculosis. Okay, this slide shows how latent tuberculosis infection is established. In a normal situation, we have macrophage, the front line of our defense system. When TB bacterium is infected a macrophage, then it will be engulfed by the macrophage, and it resides within a structure called phagosome. And then phagosome will fuse with lysosome to create a new structure, membrane-limited structure called phagolysosome. And this structure inherits hydrolysis from lysosome as well as the acidic environment from the lysosome. And this environment is very hostile for the bacteria, and the hydrolysis can degrade the invading bacteria. So is the normal elimination of infecting tuberculosis. But in latent tuberculosis infection, the bacteria secreted several phosphatases such as PTPA and PTPB, and by complex mechanism, the phosphatases block the fusion between phagosome and lysosome. So we have a degradative phagosome is not formed, and the pH is still high, not as expected, 4.5. The pH still 6.3, and the hydrolyses are mostly inactive, so that the bacteria are still there within the phagosome, and it silently stay with the host for years. One report said that it can even last until 30 years. So by knowing this mechanism, people think that PTPA and PTPB could be a good target for new tuberculosis drugs. It means that if we can block or if we can inhibit PTPA, protein tyrosine phosphatase A and B, then we can employ that compound as a new drug candidate. So many reports have been circulating regarding this matter. I will show some example here. For a Diels alder product from Morris nigra, called Quanon E, Quanon G, and so on, are potent PTPE and PTB inhibitors. It was reported a couple of years ago. And many compounds were also identified from fungi that live together with mangrove. Yeah. So what we do in our research, first we have different strategy, more basic research. We try to identify the binding partner of PTPA or PTPB. Yeah, and next, more importantly, we try to identify a novel PTPA and PTPB inhibitors. In order to bind the binding partner of PTPA, we establish yeast to hybrid screening to select which protein from human which may interact with tuberculosis PTPA. Yeah. And the idea is we can combine PTPA gene here as bait, and we use human cDNA library as prey, and we mix these two culture, one yeast strain with other strain that bear human cDNA library, and the idea is just like this: if there is a suitable, or if there is good interaction between PTPA with unknown protein here, yeah, then there will be an interaction as well between GAL4 DNA binding protein and GAL4 AD domain. And since this interaction takes place within yeast, Saccharomyces cerevisiae cell, then it leads to an activation of reporter gene so that we can select certain colonies on the screening plate. And what we found that VPS33B was the candidate for interaction partner of PTPA within our cell. And it confirmed actually other research that previously report the role of VPS33B in interaction with PTPA. Yeah. Okay, that was the first part of our research with Mycobacterium phosphatases. And the second one is we tried to find inhibitor for PTPA and PTPB. What we did was we produced PTPA and PTPB within E. coli. Yeah, we got a clone from our colleague, and we also construct a new clone of PTPB and express it within E. coli BL21 DA3. And then after partial purification, we did inhibition assay with our candidate. Actually, first we did the assay to confirm the activity of PTPA in PTPB. So we make ourselves sure that the two proteins are active. And then our first candidate, we browsed from literature that there was a bioinformatic report that trans 2-icosanoate fatty acid was a good candidate for PTPB inhibitor, as well as other compound called DTPB, and we tested this compound as well as with other related compounds. And it turned out that here on the right figure, you can see that administration of cis-2-eicosanoate fatty acid and trans-2-eicosanoate fatty acid, trans-2-eicosanoate fatty acid dramatically reduce the activity of PTPA with these figures of IC50 lower than 10 micromolar, which is considered as quite low. But yeah, of course, we are not yet satisfied with this figure. And we did docking analysis to show the interaction. We used several available docking tools such as dock and discovery from discovery tool. And we can show that that PTPA interact quite strong with one of or two of the compound, cis-2 and trans-2-eicosanoate fatty acid. And then what about PTPB? We tested the same compound as well as DTP. And here's the figures, trans-2 cis-11, interesting, and cis-2 are good inhibitor for PTPB, whereas the trans-11 and these are the control show no inhibition. So we concluded that PTBB is also inhibited by cis-2, trans-2, yeah, and as well as cis-11 eicosanoate fatty acid. And we did the same strategy to do the docking of PTPB with these candidates. Here, it is shown with trans-2-eicosanoate fatty acid. In summary, we have confirmed the role of VPS33B as interacting partner of PTPB by using yeast to hybrid assay, and PTPB from, MTB phosphatases are potential target in attempt to prevent latent TB infection. Several potent inhibitors of eicosanoate fatty acid for latent tuberculosis infection derived from natural resources are potential drug candidates in the future, and multidisciplinary approaches is a must in dealing with TB. Just in our case that we need a person who are familiar with bioinformatics. And next, to the second part of my our present research, we try to characterize some lipases from plant seeds, and the easiest one was from coconut, which is interestingly not all properties are revealed yet. So we isolate the lipases from germinating coconut. Here you see the coconuts germinating, and we isolate the lipases here and check its activity, and we check the inhibitory effect of several metal ions to the lipase activity, and we found out that calcium ions are slightly activating the lipases from coconut, whereas several transition metal ions are inhibitors from lipases from coconut. And here, you know that coconut mainly consists of lauric acid, but there was no report that showed that lauric acid is the most preferred substrate for coconut lipases. So it's very simple actually. So one can give best guess that, okay, the lipases from coconut must have preference for lauric acid, but no report has shown that as far as I understood. Then in our work, we revealed that lauric acid, C12 carbon, is the most preferred substrate for coconut lipases in comparison to other to smaller fatty acid or bigger fatty acid. And what we did as well, when we did SDS page and compared it with the native page, it was revealed that in native page, we only observe one band of coconut lipases in comparison to 3 or 4 different bands in SDS page. And when we did ammonium sulfate precipitation, we also observed the same thing in all fraction here. Yeah, all lipases appear at a very high band, and there's no small bands here if you compare it with the SDS page. So the question is, are the individual subunits active as lipases? And to answer this question, we perform an in-gel assay to check whether the subunit of coconut lipases are active. And it turned out here that one subunit, around 55, is very active against the substrate. Substrate used here was alpha-naphthyl palmitate, so C17 from 17, yeah. And when it cleaved by lipases and produce naphthol, which appears as yellow color here. And the other bands of coconut lipases subunits shown here also produce yellow color. It means that this subunit is also active. This unit is also active, and this unit is also active. However, if you look at the faint band here and compare it with the band of 54, just very faint band, whereas the subunit of 55 and 20 or 25 both have equal strong bands. So it means that it is important to analyze more specifically, yeah, whether this band, perhaps this band prefer palmitate, and the other band prefer other fatty acid. Yeah. So it is. We are interested to analyze this in the future, and we can do the same approach to analyze other lipases from plant seeds, and we try to check whether the candle nut. If you see here, you see different several bands of candle nut lipases. Yeah, you have 1, 2, 3, or many bands, but only 2 are active as lipases. So it's not the same case as coconut, where we identify most of the bands are active against fatty acid. To sum our work up, lauric acid is the most preferred substrate for coconut lipases. Coconut lipases consist of it's a complex protein consisting of at least 4 subunits, and all subunits are active as lipase, and the specificity of each subunits are yet to be investigated. This will be our homework, and similar approach can be applied to investigate other plant lipases. Okay, this is our small group. Yeah, thank you very much for your kind attention. Again, I would like to extend my gratitude to the committee who invited us to give this small talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we were listening to Dr. Lalu Rudhyat, who has spoken on
two different aspects. One is related to the possible control of tuberculosis bacilli, and another is on the lipases from the different plant sources like coconut as well as the candle nut. Now, I may invite the questions from the audience. If you have any questions, you may raise. Okay, meanwhile, Rudyanji, I have one question.
Yes.
What
Yes,
are
sir.
the current effective approaches toward the controlling the TB?
The
Currently, yeah, which is the most popular one among the today's, besides that BCG and other treatments? So do we have any recently added therapies? Yeah.
Yeah, so far I didn't really follow the issue because so far in our country as well, we only accept BCG. And okay, there are many research. We know that more than 10 vaccine candidates are still in the third clinical phase, but I've never heard that any of them are accepted or by authority to be used as vaccine. And at the present stage of pandemic, so I think it's this kind of research will be more difficult to lead us to new vaccine actually. But interesting to know that those infected with there's a small report, I think it was from India, or that people infected with latent tuberculosis is more resistant to COVID, but I don't know why. Nobody can explain that, but it's interesting to know that as well.
Initially, it happened whenever during the first wave of COVID.
Yes.
This has been the observation of so many people that those who happen to have the BCG,
yes,
they are more resistant or they are tolerant to the COVID. So later on, that did not take up much. Initially, it thought that probably the BCG could be the answer to the COVID, but that did not happen. But the initial numbers were saying in line with that thought. Sir, I have another question regarding this control of TB. You have said that this eicosanoic acid, that compound. So most of the natural sources, we have these type of molecules or these type of biomolecules. So have you searched of any ethnological practices that use certain kind of a remedy against the TB or TB similar infections similar to the TB? Traditional people.
Yes, I found one report from Thailand. I think they identify one compound which has very considerable amount of cis-11 eicosanoic acid, and I think it's more than 50%. The cis-11 is also called gondoic acid, and it's found in what was the fly now? I forgot. We call it in our language. We call it. Sorry, I forgot the name. I'll tell you later. Okay. And
because this your research is interesting for us also, because we have so many tribes and so many traditional practices, and probably we may have this kind of a similar approach, and the answer in line with your thought that we can have some additional molecules and the compounds which may have the inhibitory activity against this PTPA or PTAB.
Sure. I also refer to many Indian publications because it's very similar situation in our case that in many Indian, our friends from Indian paper, they refer to what's written in Ayurveda, and when we check that plants, we also use our ancestors also used the same plant as a medicament, traditional medicament from certain kind of illness. And my interest is actually, when I did my PhD, I worked with lysosome, and my professor was famous with lysosome thing. And I aware the mechanism for latent TB development, and it involves lysosomes. So that was the link between my PhD work and when I back to Indonesia. So it's not possible to do that kind of work, lysosome thing in my place. So I have to find something that more practical to work on. So autophagy is another phenomenon in lysosome that really related to lysosome. We are aware that autophagy is thought to be an important mechanism for many good things, such as anti-infection and longevity, to get your life longer. And I found a publication, or many publications actually from India, that there are several compounds from certain plants. We call it katapang, which can boost our autophagy load, so that you can expect better quality of life, defense system, and so on.
Okay, yeah. Do we have questions from our participant or the audience we have? Okay, if there are no other questions, certainly it is worth to thank Dr. Rudyat for a very nice and very simple, understandable presentation on the two different topics he has covered. And probably this has again initiated or ignited certain minds of our audiences that they may try their different natural candidates for this vital cause, which is one of the ever emerging or the ever recurring diseases throughout the world. It is not a problem of any continent or any country. This TB problem is everywhere. It is also more with this less developed countries, as well as it is also prevalently seen in the much developed countries. So concerted efforts are necessary for this. And thank you, sir. I wish you all the best and good success in the coming new year. Probably, I hope that in our next conference, you will come with some certain good molecules and some trials at your level. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rudyat. Thank you. Puranik sir, what I personally feel that 50% of our problem will be solved if we control our BMI.
Yeah. That is the lifestyle, and these are the things that is a major cause for this, because if you control them, but now it is beyond control. It appears that if you go to especially Gujarat and our Maharashtra, Pune and other region, you won't find any person who fits into the BMI index. So that's why, and nobody likes to have these suggestions. People would like to have their medicines. People would like to have the remedy, but they don't compromise with their food and their that habits they have.
That's why, sir, I told that if we are able to control our BMI, 50% of the problem will be solved. But nobody understands that.
Yes.
But still, it was really very good. Thank you very much, Dr. Lalu Rudyat, sir. It was very nice and very clean and sweet presentation. And thank you very much, Puranik sir, to move ahead with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, please. Now it is to my.
We have now our presentation, sir. And instructions regarding the same is already been given to them. So we'll start with oral presentation 1 and we'll move ahead with that. All the participants are well aware regarding the rules and the time allotment. 5 minutes.
How much time we have given to them?
5 minutes for presentation, sir.
5 minutes.
And 1 or 2 minutes for questions. Okay. So you may, sir, call.
Yes.
I hope you are having list. So you
Yeah,
may
yeah,
call.
I have list. I have printed list. No problem.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you once again for the Rudratji, and now we'll move to our next session, that second part of this session, that is the oral presentation. Very interesting presentations are there. I have gone through the list and hope that that will also add to the taste to this today's conference. This first presentation is the LS201, inhibition of the quorum sensing system by Enzyclical profundum SE1 by Siddhi D. Shah. Do we have this Siddhi Shah? Oral presentation number 1. Yeah, yes. Siddhi Shah is here. Have you given your slides to the organizers, or you will be presenting from your side?
The students will be presenting from their side. They are given rights.
Okay.
They will be sharing screen.
Can I
Siddhi
share
Shah,
screen, sir?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
you can share your screen.
Okay.
You can put your first slide on this stage.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, yeah, really.
Yes, is it visible? And sir, Puranik sir, I'll take care of time.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I will be very cautious about the time. Yeah. So that Siddhi Shah, you have 5 minutes for that. If you take less than that, that will be better. But 5 minutes are with you. Have a minimum slides and goes directly.
Okay,
Give
sir.
less time to the introduction. Directly go to the just with a brief introduction. Go to the your research part. Okay. So we have first presentation. Siddhi Shah is presenting her first oral paper. You may start now.
Yeah, okay, sir. Good evening, everyone. Inhibition of quorum sensing Bacterium profundum SE1. Need of novel approach instead of finding a new drugs. So the novel approach we have tried is quorum sensing mechanism, effective way. So it is a cell to cell through their physiological activities. The physiological activities include motility, pigmentation with other bacteria, gene expression, formation. It is proposed that when stimulate, inhibit, which are termed as features are generally molecules and quorum enzymatic molecules. In source and epibiotic marine source have a high percentage of metabolites compared to Chen et al. It is unexplored environment, that is only 1% of terrestrial environment. Protection alga from fouling by other organisms. So we have selected epibiotic bacteria. So epibiotic bacteria are the living space of another. So we have isolated different types of bacteria and activity, that is quorum sensing inhibitory activity. Quorum sensing inhibitory.
Siddhi Shah, there is, I think there is some problem with your audio. So can you check it?
Yes.
Because
Is it okay, sir?
It is being interrupted. So be loud also and.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah, now you are clear.
Yeah, okay. We have isolated 24 different and tested for the QSI activity, 3 activity. The sample from the coastal region of Okha. The isolate which showed the maximum activity is organism is isolated Chloropa, and this the basic colony morphology as well as
Still the problem exists, Siddhi. Are you wearing headphones?
Yes, sir.
You remove that, please.
Okay, okay.
Directly, if you speak directly, probably there will be a clear voice. Still, we are not able to listen.
There is some technical glitch, I think so. Voice is breaking in between.
Yeah.
So we can't get the continuous flow of voice. Let her continue. Let's see how it goes. We can. I think screen is visible to everyone.
Screen is visible. Yes.
Siddhi, you continue. Let's see how it goes.
The NCBI. We have the quantitatively and quantitative, and we have the bacterium violation as a pigment production. Figure A shows the control PV, that is chromobacterium violation. Secondly, we have quantified the violation pigment which is produced by C violation, and it is showing 69% of inhibition pigment. We have an next we move for the extraction of the compound which is showing the anti-Q. So extraction was done using different solvents and zone of pigment observed, and solvent ethyl acetate gave the best zone of the MIC was again tested, and it 5 mg per tested factors for the anti-QS mechanism. So we have tested pigment production, polysaccharide production, synthesis by giving two set that it with the quorum sensing compound, and second set is the prodigiosin, which is a pigment produced by Serratia marcensis, 0.30% reduce after treatment. While EPS is only 18% reduced. So there was no EPS production this compound. Swarming motility as well as quantification was also carried out, and swarming motility in plate A, it's showing any QSI compound. With QSI compound, there was swarming is very less compared to control.
Okay, please conclude. Yeah.
D is with treated.
Yeah.
To conclude, there are from 5 out of showed the QSI activity. Good QSI activity compared to others. Exigobacterium profundum showed activity, and it was taste strain as well as trace strain. Report that in this organism, however, classification and characterization of QSI compound as well as the testing is also needed. And one more thing, that is how it is inhibiting is very and references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Siddhi, for good presentation. However, there was some technical error. Do we have any question? One question I will take from the audience. Okay, Siddhi, do we know that if you have some compound which is showing the anti-quorum sensei activity, what shall be the concentration or what they claim? And how do you compare your this MIC value against those reported one?
Derivatives are there. Then peptides are also hexadecanoic acid. And compare it with the commercial compound is available. It with my compound.
Okay, thank you. Now we have the time restriction. So directly we'll go to the second one. Thank you, Siddhi. The second presentation is on decolorization of the xanthine dye by fungal isolates and will be presented by Priya Vithlani. So do we have this Priya Vithlani with us?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. You may share this your screen presentation.
Okay, sir.
Be careful with time.
Yes, sir.
Because we have to listen so many 16 presentations.
Okay, sir.
Nobody should take it as a injustice with them for the time, because we have to complete it within given time. You have already explained to a good forum, although there may not be a good number of questions for you, but mind well that you have reached the audience and you have reached the different researchers. That is the success of your presentation. Okay, we have Priya Vithlani ji, and she will be presenting decoloration of the xanthine dye. Okay.
Good evening to all faculty members. My name is Priya Vithlani and I am from Department of Biogas Research and Microbiology, Gujarat Vidyapeeth Sadra, and my topic is decolorization of xanthine dye by fungal isolates. After the azodized xanthine dye is one of the largest class which are utilized in different industries such as textile, food and cosmetics. And in that, rhodamine B is one of the major dye which are widely utilized due to its characteristics because it's having a bright green fluorescent pigment which are widely utilized for the coloring, and it's having a light and heat resistance and also having a resistance toward the microbial degradation. Also, some studies also proved that the rhodamine B is carcinogenic, mutagenic and toxic to the human, animals and environment. Also, the wastewater coming from the cosmetic industries is having up to 100 ppm concentration of RHB. So it is highly toxic because the studies is proven that the up to ppb level concentration is toxic to all the living beings. So we have to remove RHB from the wastewater during a treatment before a discharge. Many physiochemical methods are utilized for the removal of rhodamine B, such as electrochemical, advanced oxidation and nanoparticle based photocatalytic degradation. But the methods having their pros and cons, but the RHB are not removal by the microbial base. So we had just tried to remove with the fungal isolates. Here I had given the properties of the RHB. Here I have given a material and method. For that, first we have screen out the microorganisms which are utilized, which are capable to degrade RHB, then decolorization assay and optimization process parameter with conventional and statistical approach, and screening of microorganisms which is carried out in a potato dextrose broth for the fungal culture and incubated with the 10 days at 25 degree temperature. Here we had performed a decolorization assay. For the decolorization, we had utilized a supernatant, and for that to removal of the biomass, we can done a centrifugation process, and percentage of decolorization will be calculated based on the formula. Here I had utilized a different process parameter which is already given in the tables. After the OFET, we had utilized a different statistical study. In that we had chosen 4 parameters: dye concentration, inoculum size, pH and nitrogen sources, and the coded variables are also given in the table. And we had utilized a BBD design, that is a box Bankman design, which is generated based on Design Expert version 11 software base. After that, we had done preliminary degradation study with the UV visible spectrophotometer scanning mechanism. Here I had given my screening of fungal isolates. In that we got 7 potent culture, and best maximum decolorization will be given by the Aspergillus fumigate, which is identified. And here I had given the phylogenetic tree of the Aspergillus fumigates, and the data is given to NCBI, and NCBI has given the accession number, that is MZ328890. Here I had given my optimization result by OFET, that is 1 factor at a time. In that we got a maximum decolorization in cellulose, that is 91%, and nitrogen source, in that we got a diammonium hydrogen phosphate, and in that we get 93% decolorization. After that we had selected some physiochemical parameter for the RHB decolorization. In that we had selected inoculum size, pH, dye concentration, and temperature. In that we got up to 96% decolorization. Here I had given the statistical parameter. In that we had run different 28 combination of the parameters, and which are the better one we had selected for the further studies. Here I had given my statistical data. Here I had given the validation of model. It proves that the p-value is less than 0.05. That means it will be a significant model for our study. And interpretation, that is model F value is 3.83 and p-value is less than 0.05, it indicating that it will be a significant. And we got a dye concentration and inoculum size as a significant parameter for the RHB decolorization. And with this study we can conclude that the increase in concentration of dye and decrease in inoculation size, it will be giving same result. And for the RHB decolorization, and in optimization we get up to 10% fold increment, 10% fold increment in the decolorization study. Here I had given UV visible scanning analysis photograph. Sample 1 is proving sample 1 is the RHB, that is the 10 ppm control, and sample 2 is the after the fungal treatment. Here I had given the photograph of the decolorization, that how much decolorization we got. So I can conclude that the remediation of xanthine dye can be possible with the fungal culture compared to bacterial, because fungal culture is having more potential enzyme activity than the bacterial. So it will be utilized for the remediation of xanthine dye. Here I had utilized my references. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Priya, for timely completing it. So just 1 or 2 questions from my side. You have given the data, experimental data for the decolorization.
Yes.
Does it mean that decoloration is the same, or is indicating that degradation?
No, sir. It is decolorization means only color removal. We had just gone through degradation part also, but the results are not there with me. So
through the literature, do you know that which are the possible intermediates of rhodamine B?
No, sir. Because microbial degradation is not given in literature. It is only the physical and chemical degradation part is given.
Probably
for
the similar group compounds, similar
Yes.
types of compounds, rhodamine, that may be the one example, but do you have any other examples? And people have studied their microbial degradation, and what could be, they must have reported some intermediates they are formed with time.
No, sir.
Because sometimes what happens that don't take it that decoloration means it is complete remedy.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes in environmental sciences, that if you change the one compound to the other compound sometimes is more harmful than the initial one also. So
Yes.
take it into mind that
Yes.
doesn't mean that change in the color will the things which is appears colorless is always good. No.
Yes, sir.
So many things, they are too bad also. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Let us move to the presentation 3. Do we have the Sunil Hazare? Sunil Hazare ji. Yeah. You may share your screen. Meanwhile, I will read your topic. Okay. You share the screen and share your first slide.
Okay, sir. Just give me some 2 minutes. 1 minute.
Sunil Hazare, have I reached to you? Are you able to listen us? I think if there is some delay with that, do we have the Cressida?
Yes, we can move to next.
Yeah.
We'll take later on.
Miss Cressida Mehta with us?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you share your screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please share your screen. We'll go with this presentation, oral presentation number 4. Miss Cressida Mehta, and the topic of presentation is collection, isolation, and enrichment of naturally occurring magnetotactic bacteria and its application. Interesting topic. Just we'll be eager to learn something from you. Just take less than 5 minutes. Okay, please.
Okay.
Just Cressida, you just mentioned your place of work, and this is start.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah. Slides are visible. Yeah.
Okay. Good evening to respected all sirs and all.
You are not starting your video.
Presentation mode.
Presentation mode.
Click on presentation mode.
So my laptop not supporting.
Okay, you may continue. Okay.
Good evening to all respected sirs and all participants. Myself, Cressida Mehta, and here I am presenting my research work on magnetotactic bacteria and their magnetosomes.
Your place of work? Mehta.
So here I started with contains first introduction, methods and materials, results and discussion, conclusion and references.
Move to the slides here, please.
My main aim is to isolate and enrichment of naturally occurring magnetotactic bacteria and its application. There are some objectives are my work, collection of sample, isolation of microorganisms, visualizing MTB with light microscopy, optimization of parameters for various growth conditions, enrichment of
Cressida, you are wasting your time. You just, because we cannot see your slide also, it's not moving. It should be in presentation mode. First thing. Second thing, don't read out the contents. Come to directly methods and material and conclusion.
Yeah.
Presentation mode is very much essential. We cannot see anything.
Cressida, I think you have 25 slides. For a 5 minutes presentation, one should not have the 25, at least 5 to 7 or maximum 10 slides with some pictures. Can you able to move your slides? Yes.
Is it visible, sir?
Okay.
Yes, perfect. Go ahead.
Yeah, perfect. Please don't read the slides and don't give the introduction. People know about the magnetotactic bacteria. What you have done, that is interesting. Please.
Okay. So, methods and materials.
Yeah, directly go. Don't read it.
Okay. First is collection of sample, then isolation of microorganisms, visualizing bacteria, and identification and assessment of culture magnetism. The important part is result. The collection of samples. The samples were collected from the near Ambika River, Gujarat state. Image shows shares the collection site. The images shows that the bar magnets and collection jar where the sediments are concentrated around the magnet. The isolation technique for the magnetotactic bacteria, capillary restrict method was used for the isolation of magnetotactic bacteria. Image shows that the arrangement for the capillary restrict method, the method has the advantage that highly purified inoculum of the magnetotactic cells in a very active physiological state obtained within a few minutes. We show the restrict method in images. The next one is there are two types of medium were prepared for the isolating the microbe. First one is nutrient agar medium, and second one is magnetic spirillum growth medium. Second one is hanging drop method for visualization of magnetostatic bacteria. There were three strains were used for the hanging drop method, and we show the result of the hanging drop method. Second one is identification of microorganisms. First one is cultural characterization. We isolate the three strains, MTB1, MTB2, and MTB3, and we show the cultural characteristics for them. Second one is most important, gram staining. Gram staining is preliminary identification technique for all microorganism identification. And I also done gram staining for my strains, different tier strains, MTB1, 2, and 3. And there were all are the negative, gram negative. Then next is biochemical test for the magnetostatic bacteria. And the carbohydrate utilization test is positive for the 3 all strains, and other results are in flowchart. Whitech, there are the identification instrument for the microorganism, and strain of the microorganism 1, 2, and 3. The name are following. The second one is optimization of growth condition for strains. Effect of temperature on bacteria. First one is MTB1, 2, and 3. There are various temperatures and two types of media, algae growth and magnetic spirillum medium in liquid medium were used for the growth condition. Second one is ion analysis and magnetism analysis. First slide, a bacteria in center line, and then second one is non-magnetic bacteria, E. coli. Conclusion, research done was positive attempt to highlight not only morphological but also cellular diversity of bacteria exhibited magnetic property found in the specific environment. In the last this experiment, we conclude that magnetostatic bacteria were difficult to isolate from following samples like fresh water samples and muddy samples. Either the sample collection site or the environment of the sample collection site must be accurate which support the growth and proliferation bacteria exhibit properties. There are some references which was I used, research papers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cressida ji. It was a presentation based on the isolation of magnetotactic bacteria, and the attempt was found to be successful. Okay, one question to you, Cressida. Do you know that can we have any specific components enriched for the enriching the magnetotactic bacteria while attempting isolation?
Sorry, sir.
Can we enrich the magnetotactic bacteria using particular kind of chemical that or media components? As you are done using this magnetic field and for the isolation, so in addition to that, can we have the specific chemicals in the broth so that only magnetotactic bacteria will grow? Do you know any nutritional specificity of these organisms?
Sir, they want iron and the wolf medium and wolf minerals for
So
the growth.
in that case, keeping the iron concentrations, can we increase the possibility of isolating magnetotactic bacteria?
Maybe, sir, but magnetostatic bacteria mostly refers the oxic-anoxic interface in aquatic medium. So if we found the magnetostatic bacteria in this area only, but iron concentration is not for the growth.
Okay, you understood. Okay, thank you. We have to move with the another presentation. Is Sunil Hazare is ready now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Speak loudly if you are there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Still, we are not able to listen you. Tumhe ahat ka?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir. He has shared his presentation.
Okay. Now we have the Sunil Hazare. His topic of presentation is effects of potential probiotic strains LBKV3 on the immune cells responses in malnutrient children, a double-blind randomized controlled trial. He's speaking on that.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just less than take 5 minutes to explain it. Directly you may start.
Okay, actually, this is one of the objective of my doctoral thesis. We wanted to test the potentiality of LBKV strain, that is the lactobacillus strain.
Dr. Sunil, please, presentation mode. Dr. Sunil.
Yes, sir.
You should be in a presentation mode so that you will be also visible, as well as the keep your video on and go for the presentation mode. You can resume the slideshow. Presentation mode मध्ये गेलात का?
Oh, sir. No. Yes.
Yeah, please.
Now, आता बरोबर आहे, sir?
Yeah, you go for.
We developed the 9 strains of
Then can you able to change the slide? You try with changing slide. Go to the next slide. It means that you are not in presentation mode.
Just a minute.
Bottom right of your computer, click that icon, cup icon.
That
Bottom
red
right.
color one that is showing the Microsoft PowerPoint.
Click that.
Yeah.
Click that.
Sir.
Is it okay?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Now you may proceed quickly.
Yes, sir. So this is one of the objective of my doctoral thesis. We wanted to test the efficacy of LBKV3. That is the lactobacillus strain. One of the we developed the 9 strains under the various strain improvement program, and this particular strain is developed under mutagenesis, random mutagenesis. So we people are aware about this probiotics. And probiotics is a group of microorganisms with an ability to sustain in the gut microbiota. Nowadays, it is gaining popularity amid this pandemic also. People are running behind this immunity and all that. So most commonly used probiotics, as we know, that is the Bifidobacterium or the lactobacilli. But the lactobacilli is the important member that has the role in the immunomodulation of the intestinal mucosa. Particularly in the malnutrition, that 68.2% of the total death under age of 5 has been reported in 2017. India is that striking figure was there. So to test this beneficial effect of these probiotics against the malnutrition, this particular study has been implemented. So our aim was to test the efficacy of this developed improved strain of LBKV on immune cell activity of malnourished children of 2 different age groups, that is 6 to 7 and 7 to 8 years. So materials used in this study are the malnutrited students, particularly from the Yotmal district, that is one of the malnutrited belt declared by the government.
Please move the slides now, please. Otherwise, you move the slides.
Yes, sir.
Change the slides. Only introduction is seen. Directly go to the material method slide.
Yeah. This is
You click to the above red that signal that is that red part that is showing that field. You click that. Then you go to the resume slideshow.
Yes, sir.
The icon is there near that introduction part, top of this left hand corner. You resume the slideshow.
Yes, sir.
It seems that the presentation is that Microsoft is not authenticated here, so that's why that is failed. You should have used the Google Slides for that purpose. Okay, can somehow you move this slide to come to that material method part?
Yes, sir. So in the materials method, sir, can you listen my voice, sir? Are you?
Yeah. Please,
Hello?
please go. Now we are. Please.
Materials which
Speak
selected the tribal
loudly.
seeds. Yes, sir. So our materials, particularly materials where those tribal kits from the Yotmal district, that belt is declared as a malnutrition belt, malnutrited belt by the government of India in 2007. So we selected the 100 malnutrited kids from that belt, and these the children were selected using a standard procedure given by the MCI, and these guidelines were related to the BMI, height and weight and height and all that. So methodology, in the methodology, this immunicell, after feeding these probiotics, these immunicells we are analyzed by using atohemat analyzer as well as the flow cytometrical analyzer, and data was generated by the two-way ANOVA at 0.05% statistical significance by considering. So in this flow chart, you can see easily this we divided these 100 malnutrited children into two age groups, that is the 6 to 7 and 7 to 8. Under the 6 to 7 age group, again they were divided into the three categories. That is the
Mr. Sunil, we cannot see anything. Your slide is not moving. You come to direct conclusion. Show that slide and explain.
Okay, sir. Okay. So after in the
come to last slide. Come to light slide.
Can you go to the last slide?
Okay, sir. In the conclusion part, after consumption of lactobacillus acidophilus LBKV3 is found to be effective in increasing the immunicell level in the malnourished children, especially in the age group of 7 to 8. Generally, it requires 30 to 45 days after the start of lactobacilli feeding for the full effect of to be realized. Immunicells levels were significantly higher in the group of malnourished children receiving probiotics acidophilus milk, that is standardized product by us. It appears that the immunicell activity is an indicator of the positive implementation abilities of the culture under this investigation. So we are thankful to the Department of Biotechnology for the financial assistance, and we are thankful to the parents of those kids who allow them to take part of the study. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Sunil Hazareji. His presentation was based on the studies related to the probiotic cultures. Yes, and I hope that he will continue the study and we'll have some good solution out of that. However, today we were not able to see. You can switch off your presentation mode, okay, so that others will be ready. So that meanwhile, Sunil Hazare, you may send your presentation to the organizers so that they can go through it, because we need to analyze your presentation and the data that can be suited for the compilation in the proceedings or not. Okay, meanwhile you may send your total presentation to the organizers and we may go through it. So now you can close your presentation. Okay.
Sir, I have one announcement for all other participants. This happened because of pirated version. So they are instructed that first of all, before sharing, they just open their slide, right? They can click F5 and then they share completely.
There is another way also. You may open your slide and save as a Google Slides, and which are compatible and which will run through any software. Right. That doesn't require the Microsoft for that purpose, because if you are not having the authentic Microsoft, this will be the problem. For other presenters, take in mind that your slide number should be so minimum so that you will be able to show it at least for a few seconds, that slide. And don't read anything out of that your presentation. Initially, your name is there. It should contain your place also, and go directly with the material methods, and importantly, the results also. Okay, still we have lost 3 minutes in these instructions also. We'll go to this next presenter, Jyoti Solanki. Do you have the Jyoti Solanki here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. You may share your screen. Go to the presentation mode, so that your video will be can be seen as well as you can share the presentation. So the topic of Jyoti Solanki's presentation is screening and optimization of agro-industrial waste as well as extraction methods for glycoprotein biosurfactant produced by Spingobacterium thalpopium TP9. Jyoti ji, you may start right now.
Okay.
Yes, Jyoti, you can start. It is visible perfectly here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
You start.
I have started your time.
Okay, go to the next slide, please.
Yes. Surfactant is a combination of three words: surface active agent, which is responsible for the micelle formation capacity and widely used in application in cosmetics, agriculture, medical, and the pharmaceutical industries. This shows the several advantage over the chemical surfactant. They are biodegradable, biocompatible, and non-toxic and stable. Currently, Europe and the North America as the largest biosurfactant manufacturer. However, India has less technological advantage and the high production cost. It is still lag behind. This can be resolved by using the use of agriculture waste to cut down the media cost and optimization of the production media and parameter using the highly efficient downstream processing techniques. The methodology involves optimization of the media components and conditioned by the statistical approach, which include the one factor at a time method, placket Berman design, and the central composite design. Further, objective 2 involves the extraction of the biosurfactant by different solvent recovery methods, which includes acid precipitation, ammonium sulfate precipitation, acetone, ethanol, ZnCl2, and chloroform methanol extraction methods. Further, partial characterization of the biosurfactant was done by thin layer chromatography, SDS page analysis, and FTIR. 11 agriculture waste were used to screen the carbon source from which potato peel powder shows the maximum emulsification index after 4 days of incubation. 8 nitrogen sources were used from which urea gives the maximum significant result in terms of the emulsification index after the 5 days. Further, physical parameters source the pH 7, temperature 30 degrees Celsius temperature, aeration 40%, and with inoculum size 1% gives the maximum emulsification index. The placket Berman design is used to screen the most influencing factor on the biosurfactant productions. Placket Berman design developed for the 12 experimental runs in which shows the protein concentration as a response. Run number 2 shows the maximum biosurfactant production. Statistical analysis shows the significance value higher than the 90% shows the maximum significant factor on biosurfactant production, that is carbon source, nitrogen source, and the temperature. Response surface methodology used to study the interaction between the variables which is significant obtained from the placket Berman design. This experimental run shows the predicted and the actual value in terms of the emulsification index. Emulsification index is directly proportional to the presence of the biosurfactant in the samples. Run number shows the highest biosurfactant production yield. ANOVA analysis shows the model was significant in terms of the emulsification index, which shows the model is significant in terms of the predicted value. This is the predicted value. This was confirmed by the experimental setup by doing the 3D plot analysis, which shows the 3.2 gram percent carbon source, 4 gram percent nitrogen source, and temperature incubated at the 28 degrees Celsius temperature, which gives the actual amount of 100%, which was analyzed by the experimental setup, which shows the increase in a production of 5.9-fold increase in a biosurfactant production and emulsification index up to 86%. Further, the extraction of the biosurfactant was done by the different solvent recovery methods, which shows the acid precipitation gives the maximum emulsification index and the dry weight of biosurfactant, which is shown in a figure, and followed by the ammonium sulfate precipitation. Partial characterization, thin layer chromatography shows the presence of protein and carbohydrate, whereas the lipid is absent in all extracted products. SDS analysis shows the approximately 30 kDa Dalton of the protein compound present in all recovered products. Further, FTR analysis showed the presence of hydrogen bonding, CH2, CHC group in the aliphatic chain, peptide group, carboxylic and the carbohydrate group, stretching vibration of the glycosidic linkage. The conclusions is that biosurfactant was made economic using the agro-industrial waste as a media supplement. Media supplemented with the 3.2 gram percent potato peel powder, 4 gram percent urea, inoculated with the 1% inoculum, incubated at the 28 degrees Celsius temperature for the 4 days under the 150 RPM condition which gives a significant results in a production of 5.9-fold. Acid precipitation was the single step economic and environmental friendly method for the extraction, and partial characterization shows the glycoprotein nature of the biosurfactant in all extracted products. Thank you.
Okay, Jyoti Solanki ji.
Yes, sir.
What was the highest yield that you obtained with the biosurfactant from the 1 liter culture?
In unoptimized media, it gives the 1% yield of biosurfactant with the emulsification index 46%. After the optimization with the potato peel powder, it is increased up to 86% in emulsification index, and the dry bio weight is a 5.95-fold increase.
So almost five times increase was seen. If you have
Yes.
What was the how did you obtain potato peel powder? From where?
From the potato chips industries. I have collected that dry powders from the local industry, which is situated near the Vidyanagar.
Okay.
And I have dried it in and crushed it to form a fine powder.
Okay. Thank you. Promising presentation from Jyoti Solanki.
Thank you so much.
Now we'll move to because with that time limitation, I have many questions, but still I stop here. Okay, let us move to the presentation number 6. Can I call Juhar Hussain Wardah?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Very good. So you may share your screen and start the presentation. Meanwhile, I will read the title of your presentation.
Okay, sir, is my screen visible?
Yeah, is visible. So go to the first. Yes, that is also. So her presentation topic is optimization of L-glutaminase enzyme production from Bacillus zhangzoinensis ZG10 and Bacillus tequilensis using OFAT approach. Okay, you may start presentation right now. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. My name is Zuhur, research scholar in microbiology department. Today, I'm going to give a short presentation on optimization of glutaminase enzyme production from Bacillus zhangzoinensis and Bacillus tequilensis using one factor at a time approach. I'll start with a brief introduction about L-glutaminase. L-glutaminase is an enzyme which breaks down L-glutamine into L-glutamic acid and ammonia in the presence of water. The enzyme from different microorganisms has proven its effective role in many applications. In therapeutic applications, it's used in cancer therapy and HIV treatment. In food industry, it's used as flavor enhancer in fermented foods. In biosensors, it's used to monitoring L-glutamine level in mammalian cell, and in manufacture of fine chemicals, it's used in synthesis of theanine and threonine. Materials and methods. For isolation, bacterial isolates were isolated from soil sample using serial dilutions. And then forwarded for screening for L-glutaminase production using primary screening and secondary screening. Identification for potent isolates which show the highest L-glutaminase activity, and then production and optimization and the submerged fermentation. Then carbon source, nitrogen source, temperature, pH, and RBM were optimized using one factor at a time approach. Results. L-glutaminase activity from bacterial isolates. 53 bacterial isolates were isolated from different soil samples: garden soil, coastal soil, and rhizosphere soil. Out of 53, 23 bacterial isolates were found to be producers, L-glutaminase producers, as they shown the pink colored zone around the colony. For quantitative screening, the active cultures which produce L-glutaminase identified by primary screening were subjected to secondary screening by quantitative estimation of L-glutaminase activity. Here, the highest L-glutaminase activity were produced by BCB11 and CRB10. For identification of potent isolates, this table shown the morphological properties of potent isolates, and for molecular identification using 16S rRNA, and the potent isolates isolates identified as Bacillus teculensis, ZHG11, and Bacillus teculensis, Bacillus teculensis ZHG11 and Bacillus zangzonsis ZHG10. And they were submitted to NCBI, and here the accession numbers. For optimization of media components through one factor at a time approach, different vegetable wastes were used as substrate: spinach leaves, papaya peels, beet peels, and mixed vegetable waste. Beet peels shown the highest L-glutamase activity, so it's selected for further optimization. And 0.25 concentration showed the highest L-glutamase activity, as well as carbon sources were examined: maltose, lactose, glucose, sucrose, fructose, and starch. Glucose shows the highest L-glutamase activity and the concentration of 1.5%. Nitrogen source also were examined: ammonium sulfate, potassium nitrate, urea, Constable liquor, and S extract. Constable liquor showed the highest L-glutamase activity and the concentration of 0.2%. Here also temperature, pH, and time were optimized. The bacterial culture showed the highest L-glutamase production in 33 temperature and pH 7 for Bacillus zangzonsis and pH 8 for Bacillus teculensis after 24 hours. Here figure number 12 shows the difference between the difference in glutamase activity before and after optimization. The enzyme activity was found to be 2.18 and 4.32 folds respectively increased in both bacterial isolates compared with the enzyme activity before optimization. Conclusion: bacterial strains belongs to Bacillus species have been isolated from soil sample, can be used as sources for L-glutamase production. Initially, the enzyme activity obtained by performing deslarization was 178.16 unit per ml from Bacillus zangzonsis and 101.1 unit per ml from Bacillus teculensis. One factor at a time approach optimization resulted in 40 N for 36.97 unit per ml and 390.92 unit per ml respectively. Beet pills, glucose, Constable liquor, temperature, and pH were identified as significant variables with positive effect on L-glutamase production. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for timely completing the presentation, as well as it was nice also. Okay, I have one question or rather suggestion. You have mentioned something where that the spinach leaves was used as a vegetable waste or waste spinach leaves. Do we have the waste from the spinach leaves?
Not exactly leaves.
Because in spinach, leaves are the only edible part that I know.
Yes, sir, you are right.
Yes, sir. And other mixed vegetable also.
Yes,
because if it is a mix, then there is uncertain about the composition also. What that contain?
Mixed vegetable waste, it has taken from house as mixed from potato bells and some fruits bells.
Okay, that was the only thing. That otherwise presentation was good.
Thank you.
Okay, let us move to the next presenter, Priyanka Dalwadi. So,
yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. You may start your presentation. Meanwhile, I will read your topic. Okay, you can click to your presentation. So show your slide.
Sir, is it visible to all of you?
Not now. Yeah, it's visible. Go to the presentation mode so that it will be. Okay, Miss Priyanka Dalwadi's presentation topic is isolation and identification of human lactational mastitis causing bacteria. It is relative to the mastitis causing bacteria, especially mastitis in humans. Okay, Priyanka Dalwadi, your time starts now. You may proceed your presentation.
Sir, is it visible to you?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Sir, it's Priyanka Dalwadi from Department of Applied Sciences and Interdisciplinary Sciences, Sardar Patel University. So my topic is on isolation and characterization of bacteria causing human lactational mastitis. Sir, we all know that human milk is a gilded stock of infant nutrients. Even World Health Organization also proposes that mother milk is a base primary source of nutrition for neonates. Milk produced from the mammary gland of mother is a very complex nutritive fluid, having a massive amount of carbohydrate, fats, protein, vitamins, minerals, hormones, and certain digestive enzymes. The composition of milk varies according to environment, population, and food habits of mother. It helps in the development of newborn's immune system and also have factors unique to human milk, which contain anti-infective, inflammatory, immunoregulatory functions, as well as secretory antibodies, oligosaccharides, and glycoconjugates, cytokines, and other agents. Other than this, human milk also have a plentiful of multifunctional macrophages, free fatty acids and proteins, including IgA, which is a secretory protein, then lactoferrin and lysozyme, which function as a protective agent and also extremely important for the preterm infant. Previously, for a longer period of time, it was believed to be sterile, that human milk is sterile.
Come to methods and material.
Yes, sir.
Come to methods and material and results and discussion, because your 40% time is already gone in introduction only.
Okay. So basically, mastitis is an acute
That is fine.
inflammation.
Come to your experimental part. That is fine.
Okay. Okay. So for isolation, we require collection of milk. For that, we collected 10 milk sample totally, and from that 10 sample, the 3 were mastitic sample, and collected milk samples from the patients having symptoms of mastitis. Patients were facing the trouble during feeding to their young ones, and we need to take their official consent for all the patients for using their milk sample for our research. Milk samples were collected manually in a sterile collection tube after wiping the breast surface with 70% alcohol wipes. Initial few drops were discarded to avoid contamination of normal skin flora. After collection of milk sample, this milk sample were immediately used for isolation process, and other has been stored for 4 degree centigrade for the use. The isolation of organism were performed using a sterile nutrient agar media, sterile MH media, and blood agar media. So blood agar media was the major media which was used for identification of mastitic sample, because on that blood agar media, if we have got that colonies of this Staphylococcus and Streptococcus species, then only we can conclude that this sample is a mastitic sample and having a bacterial infections. So for this collection, we need to take clearance for ethical clearance from a Safe Search Independent Ethical Committee. Hello.
Next slide, please. Yeah, please go further.
So here are the isolates which we have isolated from the mastitic milk sample, and we further subcultured them on a normal nutrient agar plate. So here is the results of clinical characteristic of isolates that we isolated from the 3 mastitic milk samples, and we can identify that the majority of this.
Next slide. Have you identified it?
Yes, sir.
Please go
Using
further.
certain
Now we are
biochemical
running short
tests-
of time. Yeah, please.
Using a certain biochemical test with kit method.
That people know. Yeah, go further. Yeah. This is the slide
So
that
here
you
is the
identified
results
on the
of,
basis of.
Here is the result of isolates that we isolated from this milk sample. So in conclusion, I can say that based on this isolation process, based on gram staining and several biochemical tests which is being performed by kit method, we were able to isolate a Streptococcus species majorly, and it was thought to be it is thought to conclude that Streptococcus is the major or predominant species which is able to cause the mastitis disease, and we can overcome this thing. So that here are the references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Priyanka Dalwadi. Her presentation was on the based on the isolation of lactational mastitis causing bacteria, and she has successfully isolated, and the further work is expected to be done. Okay, let us move to the next presenter, Dr. Nafisa Patel.
Sir, she is not going to present. Move to 909.
Okay, 09. Sanket Kumar Kaushik Bhai Rai. Yeah, I think you are visible now. You start your presentation. Meanwhile, I'll read your topic. Statistical optimization of recombinant fusion enzyme production using recombinant E. coli PL21D3.
Hello everyone. I'm going to present our collaborative work on statistical optimization of recombinant fusion enzyme production using recombinant E. coli. Coming to the background of the work, 3 genes which are code for cellulase, chitinase D, and alkaline protease obtained from the Dictoglomus targadium, Serratia marcescens, and Bacillus circulans are linked together using the flexible glycine serine linker into the single cassette, and this single cassette is expressed into the E. coli host. As a result, multimeric protein was obtained, which is having the 3 different catalytic activities such as protease, chitinase, and cellulase from the extracellular protein. Now, coming to the present work, this work is divided into the 3 portions. The first portion is deal with the initial screening of suitable medium using the conventional medium such as nutrient broth, LB broth, super broth, and terrific broth, and standardization of cellulase, chitinase, and protease activity. The second portion of this study deals with the identifying the right temperature, initial pH of the medium, and IPTG induction using 1 factor at a time for maximum extracellular recombinant protein production. And the third point will discuss about the optimization of tailor-made media using the response surface methodology using the double block central composite design. For this entire work, the inoculum was developed into the Luria Bertini broth for 24-hour-old, and in every experiment after the fermentation, the different time interval sample were obtained, which will gone through the centrifugation, and from the supernatant, all 3 enzyme activities such as cellulase, protease, and chitinase was done as per the standard routine methods. Now, for any extracellular enzyme production, the temperature plays crucial role, and in this case, for the maximum cellulase, chitinase, and protease activity,